will I? Oh, he wants to be free. Hey. Let's see. Am I live? I do appear to be live. What do you want to say, Dende? Interesting. Off you go. I'm crazy right now. Come on. You gotta stay or go, buddy. Come on. Welcome, if you're watching the stream. I'm dealing with Lizard right now, who's decided to be active just as I as I begin this stream. I am a little more prepared today, despite the beginning there. Let's make this bigger so we can see all of this. Oop. Not like that. There we are. Yeah, let's get some of that in the background. Well, I might get fucking cancelled for any of this music. It's just GameCube music in the background that I've been listening to as I get ready. Why am I not live on YouTube? Why is that? Is it because I changed the thumbnail on Restream? Is there a way to do this the custom way? I'm gonna guess not. Just do what I normally do. Copy and paste a new link. I'm gonna guess not. There we are. We should delete this other one. And we may be visited by the lizard as we go off and on here. Get things up. There we go. It actually works. Random.org. That over here. Where's my participants window? So hard to focus when I've got this lizard running around. I'm gonna have to turf him out in a minute. I don't get this list up. Who knows? Let's see, is anyone here yet? No. Have I fucking frozen on Restream? I appear to have. But I'm live everywhere else, just as long as the chat works. Just trying to get the list of participants that I have here up. There we are. At least see it now. At least see something. Let's close and open this window and see if the stream recognizes it. Still not recognizing the frickin' window. See, I can get that window. That's so annoying. Why does it decide to do this? Let's close these. Start again. I have these tabs, these workspaces set up well in advance so that I can literally reopen the windows that I was using last time and it should just work. Except when it doesn't, because technology. Get it there. Not quite. Now it's not recognizing the third window. Well, I'm just gonna have to work with this. This'll do for now. I can just swap that to the random.org window when needed. Yeah, that works. This is still not working? Oh, this is working now. Okay. Great. Right. I gotta turf this lizard out. One sec. Too entertaining. I gotta get back. Right, the lizard is gone. I've just been working on the rules for this so that I can actually run it and possibly give it away as a one-shot thingy. Why am I showing this? Notes for the next video. Right. So where did we leave off last time? We even did the third night. Good. So last session we did not only the night for the first day, but then days 2 and 3 with the night phases for both. So let's see. This isn't day 3. This is friggin' day 4. Split these up here. I don't know what's going on with the music, man. This is Pitfall, the Lost Expedition, Nature Village. I'm going to change it to something more suited in a second. In fact, let's get that on. I've got some World of Horror. Cool. Hopefully this one doesn't get me fucking banned or whatever. I think video game music's usually fine. It's kind of suiting. It's Japanese horror film, but it's not really battle royale. But I'm like, whatever. It's what I'm listening to. This track is shit, though. There we go. Close all of our previous notes. Day 4. Let's begin with the summary from last time. On screen, it's not. You guys can see what I'm looking at now. So we had closed off a lot of the island. We had 2 deaths, I believe. Let's go through this. We had the shrimp. He was stalking up on Tanji and Keiko, failing. What's happening over here? Is that pinging? It is pinging, okay. They had the rat and the stoat over here trying to cross a river. They met up with these guys at the hot springs. We got, who was it? Skis got kicked out of a group. Over here, things didn't go well. Who was he with? He was with Osei Takashi. He was with the fighter who is still kind of struggling to fight his murderous urges. But last time the fighter got poisoned with some potassium cyanide. Or no, one of his rations has been poisoned. So that's going to happen at some point. His next ration is one that's going to kill him. Unless something happens. Maybe he'll find something else to eat. I've been having it so that if people find food in the wilderness, they tend to eat that first. So he's just got 1 stored ration left as kind of a last resort. So if he eats that, he's dead. Obviously, the skis ended up killing the shrimp over here at the watchtower. The shrimp had kind of snuck up, but the skis kind of knew that someone was stalking him, had seen through binoculars. So that happened. We've got, who is it? Kylon the Serpent. And we've got our bomber over here. These guys have now joined up in a team, and they're kind of looking to collide here, possibly. This group has kind of got a choice where they're going to go. But everyone's probably going to end up colliding today. whether this today in character or just today in this session. I think this is going to be a violent, possibly final session. We will see. Alright. Is that music too loud? Hopefully not. And people will tell me in Discord if I get cancelled. Turn this music down a little bit. So the first thing we need to do, I think, is announce the danger zones. Let's just get rid of this. We didn't do that last time, I don't believe. We hit the night. Oh. Yeah, we went through the night. So the last thing that really happened is the rat and the Gaijin had a bit of a standoff at night. The rat found the Gaijin trying to steal one of their knives. So it wasn't a very good night for that group. See, I think they probably all got really, really bad fatigue at this point. Have I gotten rid of... Yeah, I've gotten rid of the dead ones. Yeah, we'll go through these one by one. But we'll start off by announcing the danger zones for today. Okay. Let's draw our danger zones. I think I'm going to close off this top corner of the map. That is not the right color. We're going to close off this corner down here. Definitely going to close off... Can't close off this one yet. Really. Can we? Yeah, we can. We can make either of these ways out. But I can't close off like this and this. Can't close off any of these. Can leave that open just for now. Yeah, so we've got C4, C8, that I10, I12. Okay. So after a pretty bad night for some of these participants, the general, kind of tired and grumpy sounding, goes, "Alright, you still haven't killed each other overnight, but we're gonna be closing off a few more here. Usual business." I don't know why he sounds more like, fuck it, it's... I don't know who at that point. But yeah, we're gonna close off these areas. Doesn't need to be role-played every time, I don't think. Okay, let's roll initiative here with our remaining characters. We're gonna roll with our groups, like as a whole group. So this time should be fairly easy, because so many people have grouped up now. Let's get this randomizer up. Everyone gets a line. No, not these. keep the numbers on there. These two. Alright. I believe this should work. I'll fix it if it doesn't. But let's randomize. Alright. So our list. Put Yamada Taro going first. And our psychopath going last. A lot of this stuff doesn't end up mattering necessarily too much for this, but it just helps me make an order. It may affect things. I'm gonna finish what I was doing here with the rules, and just say with phases. After each day phase, there is an encounter phase. At some point, I need to actually write these out. This is what I should have done before the stream, but I was like so busy back then that I didn't, and now I'm like halfway through. I'm like most of the way finished, so writing the rules out neatly. I think I need to like convert this into a minigame at a certain point. I'm gonna do that, but not right now. But the game has kind of informed how I'm gonna actually run it. Like I took away a lot of the rules, so. Let's see. Yeah, this game would have been a lot tidier if I'd written the rules out beforehand. But that week I was so busy. Luckily, over the holidays, I've had some solid rest. I've had 2 weeks to just chill, and it's been very fucking necessary after the year that was 2025. But this year is going to be very, very interesting. It's going to be a big one, I think, for the game. Anyway. I keep opening my regular Crossguard rules. Let's close that. These. Let's close these. Okay. Actually divvy it up like this. Right. We're gonna start each day with some scavenging rolls. Each character. We're gonna have them decide where to move. Okay. Let's actually write this down. Let's formalize this for myself as well. Each day, each character moves in order. Decides their moves in order and makes scavenging checks. Each day phase, there was an encounter phase. Each character resolves their movement. Has an encounter. You guys can't see this. Get that back up. If they meet new characters or enemies. Well, let's just say if they meet other characters. Rules light. Right, let's do that then for our boy Yamada Taro, who I think has probably had a pretty bad night. Let's check in on him. Check in on our boy Taro. Skis. I don't know why. I kind of like the skis. I think he's got a skeezy charm to him. I wouldn't mind if the skis won at this point. I mean, he's got enough girls lusting after him. It would almost... they're all in this game, so they're all going to die if he survives, so... Maybe my logic is heavily misguided there. Got my pink monster still. My pink monster residue from the morning. And I do have at least a couple gulps of cold coffee. Oh, yeah, Yamato has the GPS tracking device now, so he can tell where everyone else is on the island. Interesting. So let's remind ourselves Yamataro's approach. And remind ourselves Yamataro is indebted to the local Yakuza family. Pachinko, horse racing, and soap land visits don't come cheap. He is out of cigarettes at the moment. He's a shaggy 22-year-old, sunken eyes, beard stubble, pragmatic and careful, tends to avoid danger and rely on stealth. Will team up or betray depending on the situation. Overall prefers to let others do the heavy lifting. He's definitely going to avoid these guys who kicked him out of their group. I think he might just try to hide, given like what he's encountered so far. Like him versus 2 other people. I think he might try and like wait to and if they come to him, which he can probably see is quite likely, I think he's going to try to make friends with them. So I think he's just going to stay where he is for now in the watchtower. That's what makes sense to me. Knowing that he's got a bit of time, though, as the others move around, he is going to make his scavenging check. I do not have my dice. Right. Got a couple of new D10s over Christmas. Although they're sci-fi, not really suited for this. Okay. So Yamataro's perception is a 2, because he is exhausted. Got 3 fatigue. Dice result is a +6. 0 and a 4. Total of 8 perception, so that is going to be enough here. For wilderness scavenging. He's going to be able to find food and water. And he's got 2 flasks. He must have eaten his ration last time. Again, people eating once per day, that's it, yeah. So he's found a ration. He doesn't have to eat it right now. He's found some berries and mushrooms. Enough to get by, at least, and not starve. He's going to stay where he is. Okay. Fittingly, next up we've got the Deadly Alliance. So I think they've really only got one choice, having been in the corner there. They're going to have to go to the watchtower, because it's the only way they can get out of this corner. There. Okay. So, they're heading over. Kailan the Serpent and Junpei Kageyama the Bomber. Let's remind ourselves. We have now thinned the herd a bit. What these people are like. Junpei Kageyama, the Bomber, is a scraggly man in his early 30s with matte black hair, short, prickly, and slicked back, kept well off the forehead. His eyes were almost always narrowed and moving as if looking for some danger. Kageyama is a sly, discerning, bitter man. And let's look at Kailan. Kailan is sort of in his 30s, well-kept hair and mustache, obvious scar along his forearm, always dresses respectably and professionally. I think he's in kind of almost like a Chinese suit. Previously head of a minor crime gang. Seeks to use others as associates. I think he's standing quite tall here. Whereas Junpei Kageyama, I imagine, is kind of like slouching over as he trudges forward. How are they both doing? Fatigue. Let's put them here next to each other. Kai Lan is a bit fatigued. I think he didn't sleep quite so well. I think that's a good idea. I've got this alertness pill in the game. I think alertness could possibly make you ignore exhaustion for the duration. This kind of makes sense to me. In addition to increasing all checks by 1. No way I can hack that in. Probably not. Unless I just change this. Yeah, I'm not going to be fucking too much with that. I'll just keep it in mind. But I think with us coming to the final day and everything, I think he's going to take this alertness pill. So for the duration, he's going to have... Let's, I'm just going to hack this. I think this should work. I'll use this for the, getting rid of the exhaustion penalty. Oh, did that work? It does not seem to apply a wound level. Does that work? It does. Okay. So if I do this... Alright, the global penalty is now at -1. Okay. So Kai Lan is waking up a bit nervous today. He's going to take his alertness pill. Why the fuck has that gone non-strike through? Please strike through it. There we go. Junpei Kageyama has an adrenaline shot. Let's remind ourselves what these can do as well. Increases all body checks by 2 for 20 minutes. And he's got a double barrel shotgun there. What about Kai Lan? He's rocking an Uzi. Yeah, I think they're just going to trudge along, head to the next place, make their scavenging checks. Equal on the dice. They each get to make one, so we'll say this one was Kai Lan. So, nothing for Kai Lan. I believe it needs to be at least a 4 for water, yeah. But let's just see if Junpei finds any water. Ooh, that's a -5, probably not. So it would be at the next area, so it's not going to matter too much. So. Water low. Rations 4. Water low for Kai Lan as well. Nothing has been found. And now that we've locked off a lot of the cities here, we are going to see a lot more struggling as people start to run out of rations and things. But that's all for now. Don't believe I had to... Oh, I should make a perception check for these guys to see if they see anyone in the adjacent hexes. Kai Lan. Or I guess that can kind of come under that perception check I just made. Let's not bother making 2. Right, let's include... Yeah, let's just make 1 perception check a day. That makes sense. Or at least per phase. Because there's no reason to make 2 when we're going rules light here. So they have not seen anything. Right. Let us proceed. Proceeding to Watchtower. Low on water. Right. Now we come to the itchy triggers. Everything's quite interesting. It's staying on this side of the island here for now. Itchy triggers. We've got Ose Takashi, Tanji Kunio, and Kano Keiko. A group of young people Let's get them here, all on the list together. They're not already. Yeah, they are. This is 10, 11, and 12, so I don't even have to change anything. Got Osei Takashi, a calm, lean young man with tired dark eyes and messy black hair. An unassuming, quiet presence. But he is quite built under that, being a calm HEMA fighter. Weirdly enough, in my head, I was thinking HEMA was MMA. I don't know why I've been thinking that so far. But HEMA fighter may be more unassuming, yeah, than the kind of like built character I imagine. But still a fighter. That kind of makes sense now that he's more prepared to use weapons. That he's a HEMA fighter and he got the Murasame, so that's pretty good. Tanji Kunio, the dart thrower, I think might also consider taking their awareness pill today. No injuries or anything, no need to use the med kit. Got Kano Keiko as well, who has an adrenaline shot. Tanji having a buzz cut, eye bags. I think this whole group is a little kind of like almost trudging along, arms sort of crossed to themselves, keeping a wary eye out. Let's see if they can see anything as they travel. Let's go in order here. Osei Takashi. A +6 on the die. So, perception a 9. So he is going to find a ration. Which is good. It's going to put it off for one more day. The cyanide ration. Alright. And he's fine on water. Everyone in the group is fine on water because one person found water. And he has also seen people in the adjacent hexes. Well, let's make the rest of the checks first. -2 here for Tanji. Gets nothing. Kano Keiko. Equal on the die. Also gets nothing. But they're all fine for water. They've got a fair few rations between them. I think Osei is able to spot moving in the distance. Both the this group over here and our man Yamataro. Let's check the stealth values of those folks. Sure, none of them have crazy high stealth. If any of them have got crazy high stealth, I might let them make a stealth check. Really? Not really. I think I kind of want to let Yamataro have one because he's in the tower. Or, yeah, he's like deep in the forest. I'm going to let him have one. But it's a, you know, DC a 9 versus Osei here. Ah, failure. So, Osei has seen both of these groups. Seen the one who was kicked out, and that there are some people heading towards Osei in the watchtower. I think that in mind, he's going to be like, I think we should head away from those groups. They're heading to see the traitor. Maybe he'll take them out. Or maybe they'll take him out. But I think we should just stick away. And I think the group is going to head up here. Right. Let's go to the next in our group. Osei Takashi sees the other two groups on the horizon and swerves them. Okay. So the Hot Springs group, who are pretty suspicious of each other right now. Let's get these guys all together on here. If this bloody thing will move faster. this. Put Adachi and Koga on the end. Yeah. Where's the rat? That's what I'm looking for. Right here at the start. Okay. So in this group, we've got Nezumi Shingai the rat. Average looking guy, black hair, 32 years old with glasses. He's kind of like a Yakuza traitor. We've got Miyake Haruka, the stoat, this lanky, rugged older woman with one arm, wearing a worn out cloak. Incredibly honest here, but worrying about her situation, knowing that maybe, probably, this island is where she's going to eat it. And we've got Parker Gregory, the Gaikokujin. These 5'8" man, 42, pale hair, balding, sun-sagged skin, a little overweight, but has some muscle, or perhaps just momentum. Wearing a Hawaiian shirt, cargo shorts, and sandals, walks with a limp. Kind of a stereotypical redneck who loves guns. And finally, we've got Aoki Akemi, this survivor, this nearly 40 years old, about 5 foot, mid-length black hair, a little bit unkempt. She's been kept prisoned because of eco-terrorism, rammed whaling vessels with the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society. And yeah, all of this stuff. Likes the shrimp, hates the delinquent. Who is the delinquent at this point? I think the delinquent was the first to die. So let's get rid of those. Likes the psychopath, hates himself, likes the rat, hates the gaijin. Okay, that makes sense for Miyake Haruka. I need to keep that in mind. She is not liking the company of the gaijin. Also, Nezumi Shingai likes Aoki Akemi. So let's keep that in mind. And I think these are just things that have kind of like happened, but it's just, you know, we're going to just play with these ideas as we go forward. That maybe Nezumi wants to stay in this group more. He's enjoying the company of Akemi, but Miyake Haruka really does not like being around the gaijin. So big tensions in this group. Some interesting dynamics. I think we could almost allow for some like carousing checks to see if these guys can like maybe recover some fatigue from having being near people they like. No, I think it's just going to come into play narratively, perhaps. All right. No one's near this group, so I don't think they're going to be able to like find anyone nearby. Oh wait, no, they're near the psychopath. So let's just have everyone make their scavenging checks and their perception checks right now. Do this in order. Let's make sure we can actually see this on the stream. There we are. Much better. So Nezumi with his throwing knives. Let's have him make a perception check. Terrible. Not even going to bother checking. Miyake Haruka. Even odds on the check. Yeah. It's 2 10s, but I've got some rules in the base game where like that's a plus 10. No, yeah, I'm going to use that rule. That is like a 1 in 100 success. I'm going to call that a plus 10. I know I'm really fucking freeballing it with these rules, but I said I was going to do that from the start. So, yeah, that's just a 1 in 100 success. Let's write that down. Yeah, this is a total of 14 perception from Miyake. Parker Gregory, who has been rolling terribly the whole game. I just got a +6 on the dice, so total of 5. Not terrible, not really needed. Alki Akemi rolls +1. Doesn't find anything, not really needed. But Parker is going to find a new ration. Everyone keeps their water full. I think with this 1 in 100 success, we gotta do something good here. First off, Miyake like definitely sees someone creeping through the woods, and because this is a 1 in 100 success, I'm gonna let her also make an insight check, and I'm gonna give it a +2. -5 on that check. She can't really tell this person. Great, this music's coming on as we talk about the psychopath being seen. Yeah, she just sees a person coming. As she finds, with this success, I'm gonna say, I gotta reward this. It's a 1 in 100. 4 rations. And that's the most I'll ever give you. But that's extreme. Let's do 3. 3 rations. Or what was a... Let's actually work this out, because the difficulty was 7. So... 14 is 7 over the difficulty. That is... still a sure success. Okay, so it would actually only be 3 rations if we're going by the rules. And I'll give 1 extra because it was a 1 in 100 on the dice. So yeah, that feels right. So what would this group do? I think they might try and like... If that person is heading this way, let's actually decide, since they can see him, I think Onisivorus Clement was heading this way. Because he hasn't been this way already.
Yeah.
So I'm going to decide that now for Clement. So these guys, I think they would probably just hole up. They're a pretty good location in the middle of the map. They're not cornered anywhere. They're sort of in a pivotal space. So I think they discuss among themselves and decide to wait for this newcomer. See what happens. I don't know what Clement's going to do. I think we're going to have to wait for the encounter for that. But yeah, they're holding up. And they've been doing some rounds. They've definitely got some good rations. There's some good hunting. Group decides to wait for the newcomer and assess them. So we're going to see what happens in a bit with that. Because I don't remember from the psychopath sheet whether he's more... You know, he's just going to go psycho, or he's going to try and get into the group first. We've got the Unlucky Alliance here. Koga Katsumi and Adachi Koji. Let's have a look at their sheets now. In the end. With Koga Katsumi. She's got the pot lid. They've got low water. Yeah, we should resolve this. Because I believe they had to like go the night with low water. So they would be getting some thirst if that... I'm trying to remember, was it like... I think we just don't check it during the night. So if I haven't added any thirst or anything like that yet, it's going to be in this phase that goes through. So the way I've got it with water is you need to be able to drink every phase other than the night phase, and if you miss a half day, you start taking -1s. Yeah, so I'm gonna let them try and scavenge first before any of that thirst starts to kick in. And also in terms of rations, they are down to 0 rations. No medkits, nothing like that. Although Adachi has healed his injuries now. Or healed their injuries, I should say. Let's make these perception rolls. Katsumi. A 7 on the dice. It's pretty good. So yeah, that's a 9 for perception. Adachi Koji. We're just going to give... We're going to say... they have both found water now. We're just going to roll them both now. Adachi gets a +3. Yeah, nothing for Adachi, but they have both found water thanks to Koga. But they have only found 1 ration between them. We'll see what happens with that later if they are unable to find any more. As they trudge... They go more in the corner. Honestly, I think they might try to just stay where they are and not encounter anyone. Then, like, not much of a fighter. Something interesting here with Koga's approach. She's going to basically try and win over the audience and hope to make things go better in the future. I maybe should have done this in the past, but I'm going to say I might give her a bonus to count for like the previous days of sort of starting to win people over the audience, or I might just keep it in mind when setting the difficulty. If Koga wanted to try and win the audience over with her cuteness and win the showrunners over, what check might she use? Well, it would be spirit, I think. It would be social. And charm. Which, usefully enough, we have here. Although it's, for some reason... yeah, it is a 5. She's just got the penalty for exhaustion. But let's just make a roll. And see what happens based on the outcome of that. I think she'll need to roll at least a 2 for any kind of benefit. But let's just see. Let's just roll. -3 on the dice. For a total of 1 on charm. I did say that she would need at least a 2 for anything to happen. So, she has not been winning over the showrunners or the audience, unfortunately. Not yet. But just a basic failure. I think they probably just find her a bit boring, if anything, because she's just been not killing, not doing much, and maybe a bit too nervous to try any, like, I don't know, cutesy shit. She's just been nervous, scared, and worried. Basically indistinguishable from many of the other survivors. And I guess on day 1, there was a lot of competition between... You know, there's a martyr there. Martyr who literally sort of stayed in a danger zone and gave her life in terms of the Phoenix. So probably I think people are still on Twitter talking about the Phoenix and what that means. Interesting question, I guess, is to see if the public have maybe been outraged by this, by the Phoenix's act. Is that something I should roll for? Maybe I should. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't have a sheet anymore. I think we're just going to leave that up to the narrative. But we're going to keep it in mind. It was a choice the character made. I think in the public, there's probably a good amount of kickoff happening. There's a lot of debate and discussion happening fuck it, let's just make, because I don't have the Phoenix's stats anymore, but I just want to make a pure dice roll and see how this is going. Like 50-50, how is the debate going? And for a success, I'm going to call it like people are calling for a stop to the like the games. Like, you know, if it's a really high extreme result, it's like really, you know, overwhelming. That's the side the public is on. Whereas a failure, I will say, like, especially depending on how extreme, it's more like it's a minority of people who want the games to stop. Right? So I'm just going to roll for that. I'm going to give... No, I'm just going to roll. I'm not going to give any kind of bonus or penalty. I just want to see narratively where it's at right now. Okay. That's just a -1 on the die. So it's like a basic failure. The mildest kind. I think people are... I think that's still quite a large proportion of the public, though. It's like nearly... like a great proportion of the public, a large minority of the public want the games to end. They just think they're brutal, that they've been, you know... I think there's probably a lot of people who thought the games were always wrong, who were always against them. And I guess maybe there were a lot of people who were afraid to speak out, but having seen Nyx's kind of sacrifice there, I think a lot of the public are starting to, like, just be more outspoken. But there's still a lot of backlash. There's still a lot of people going, no, we like the games. Yeah. Okay. So Koga finds rations, fails to win over the public. I think maybe Adachi would actually try to do that as well. Let's just put this start. Large minority of the public want the games to end. Show what I'm... Fortunately, I can't have all of these windows up at once. I gotta manually change it every time. But let's see if Adachi can win over the public, because Adachi is like a public speaker. Of some kind, aren't they? Let's have him make some kind of check. We're gonna go spirit, social, charm, for a +3 here. That is a -3 on the dice, so nothing. Yeah, I think Adachi probably tries to, like, look at one of the drone cameras at some point when, like, you know, when it comes down, tries to give it a speech to the camera about how all of this is wrong, but it just ends up, like, backfiring. People in the public just are like, oh, this kid was just like one of those environmentally friendly, like, eco SJWs, like, you know, this is, you know, Adachi just does not land the message, doesn't get anything through. So yeah, we're gonna go on to our last person here. We're gonna go to Onicephalus Clement, and we already know Clement was moving. Oh yeah. I was gonna say, before we do Clement, where are these guys heading? I think they're just going to stay where they are. Yeah. They were doing, you know, winning over the public stuff. They're just camping out. So, yeah, okay, on to Clement. Clement, we've already established, is heading this way. So now we're going to have our encounters. And I'm going to make sure there's nothing I needed to do here. 4 encounters. We've done scavenging, perception. We rolled that into 1. Has anyone crossed a river? Nope. Is anyone going to use any items? Who hasn't already used them? Parker Gregory had an alertness pill. They might take that. Especially knowing that someone new is coming. Yeah, so we're going to give Parker... We're going to have him take his alertness pill. It's roll. See if he's going to take that or not. Because he's... Yeah, I think he probably thinks he can take the survivors, but he's seen someone just try to steal his knife. Yeah, given that fact, he's going to definitely take the alertness pill. Music has stopped. Yes, always continue watching. Right. I'm going to do the same I did for, what's his face? Kylon. And I'm just going to give a minus penalty to show there. Make sure this is here. I can see that. Yeah, handling like 12 character sheets in one game was maybe a little bit ambitious of me. I was like, this is going to be a super easy thing to run. You kind of overestimate how easy it is to do. Even when you're just messing around with so many sheets. Okay. So Parker Gregory has that alertness pill now. I think he's taken it having known that there's somebody else coming. That's just going to offset the exhaustion. And, I think it would be more fun to resolve this first, because we've just kind of been over here, and then we'll resolve these down here. Let's have a look at our psychopath. Let's move him over to where the Hot Springs group live on this sheet. We can more easily interact with those. Okay, that can be seen. Alright. So, Onesiphorus Clement. They don't want to win, just they want to kill. But they want to do it stealthily. So I think Onesiphorus Clement should actually... Oh yeah, I didn't do Clement's checks. Let's just do that. So we need to make his perception checks to see if he sees them. Because if not, he's not really going to be able to sneak up on them. It's a +2 on the dice for perception. So just a 5. So manages to find water. Water full. Does not find any rations. Still got a hatchet and a baseball bat. So yeah, I think they're not going to like choose to fight a bunch of people all at once. And I think Clement might just kind of stalk this group. But he does not see them. So he's kind of going to stumble into them. Whereas they have seen him. So it might be interesting to see what happens here. Let's just set the scene. Onesiphorus finds water and continues on heedlessly towards the Hot Springs group. How's this going to go? There's a lot of suspicious people in this group. I think. And hello people in the chat. Citizen Grim Gary. How you doing? I'm just going to be right back. Go to the toilet and then I will resolve this encounter. Okay. Yeah, I'm debating on how to resolve this encounter. But let's keep everyone in mind. Group here. Nezumi Shingai. I think everyone else is pretty, like, amenable to groups. But no one has been able to tell that this is a psychopath. I think he's just going to stumble into the group. I think Onesiphorus Clement is kind of trudging through the wilderness. Pushes through the trees and finds themselves like met with a few people who have various weapons. None of them guns, though. A clearing and just, you know, Onesiphorus is just seen stepping out. Goes, oh, hello. And is going to try to seem normal. We're going to compare this with the insights of everyone here. So let's write those down so we can do this easily. Insight 2 for the rat, 2 for the stoat, 0 for Parker Gregory, 2 for Aoki Akemi. Could roll a dice for each of these characters, actually. Yeah, I've got just enough for that, so let's do that. I'm just going to let them fall where they may, and the left-hand one is going to be Onesiphorus. Well, let's just roll that first. See what Onesiphorus gets on the die. That's a 9 for deception here. We've got Miyake with a 2, or rather, the rat with a 2. Miyake with a 1. Add insight checks, people. Parker Gregory with a 7. Aoki Akemi also with a 7. So, Clement's deception check. There's deception here. I think this would be mind, social, deceive, for a total of 1. But it's plus 9, right, with a natural 9 on the die. Okay. So then we have 4, 3, 7, and 9. Okay. Even Alchemy with the 7 on the dice does not beat Clement's deception here. Just the luck of the die. I love this. Yeah. I think Clement somehow manages to pass themselves off as a normal person. Yeah. Please, just don't hurt me. I'm just... You all look very formidable. I'm really not a fighter. I'm just here to try and survive if I can. The weapons drop down. Miyake holds up a hand. Don't worry. We're also just here trying to survive. And I think Aoki and Gregory are a little suspicious at first, but soon figure, probably normal enough person. Seems like they're not lying, at least right now. I mean, I imagine Parker assumes everyone's lying, but... Or just wrong. Parker, I think, is probably still thinking about the rat. That's where their mistrust is placed. not incorrectly. So, in mind, Onesiphorus Clement has joined the group. I wonder if the fact that they have a second water bottle will ever come up. And 2 weapons. I imagine, though, with this deception check... We'll play with that down the line. I think they don't necessarily have the baseball bat out in the open. It's probably in their bag. Obviously the water bottle as well. But I might roll that into, he got a successful first deception check. Basic success, at least, against most. So I think that can maybe come into play in the future. And we'll see what Onesiphorus does in the next day phase. For now, Onesiphorus is now part of the Hot Springs group. Yay, everyone! Everyone loves Onesiphorus Clement. Let's see, actually. Does anyone actually like or dislike Onesiphorus Clement? Hates the rat. So Clement takes an immediate dislike to the rat. Parker Gregory. Yeah. Parker Gregory actually likes the psychopath. Ah, this guy's alright. Yeah. Alright. Let's summarize that with the Hot Springs group. Parker likes the psychopath. Let's see. Clement hates the rat. Let's just keep these consistent. We'll say the psychopath hates the rat. The rat likes the survivor. Stoat likes the rat and hates the gaijin. The gaijin likes the psychopath. And we got some very interesting things happening in this group. Let's keep that in mind with the Hot Springs group here. Just gonna have all that written down. Cool. And now, our psychopath is part of our new group. So let's rearrange the groups here. The psychopath joins the Hot Springs. So we had one other encounter to resolve today. Let's resolve. Let's just move these guys. The Ichi triggers. Space over. Let's move the Deadly Alliance over. And we're going to see how they do in this encounter. If they group up or something else happens. Oh no! Wait. No, I'm mixing up the skis with the rat. I'm like, oh, if Kailan gets to the rat, that's bad. Seeks to use others as associates, underlings, and lackeys. That's Kailan. Did they spot anyone? Got it written down. Nope, they haven't seen anyone. I think Yamada Taro obviously sees everyone. So, having seen them approaching, knowing that they're not, like, stalking or doing anything weird, I think Yamada Taro might try to group up. Particularly... I mean, it could go a couple ways. His experiences may have made him fear other groups. I'm gonna roll like just a pure dice roll to see whether Skis is gonna attempt to group up or just stay hidden. On a failure, he's just gonna try and stay hidden. Yeah, he's gonna try and stay hidden. Encounters. Day 4 morning. Encounters. Okay. Clement versus Springs group. And then we can do Skis meets the Deadly Alliance. Right. So, Skis has chosen to hide. I think now that they're in this space with the Skis, they're going to get to make like a better perception check. And it's not going to be versus 7 because they're not like miles off. It's just versus his stealth as they move through this area. And I think he's gonna... I think they would probably want to go in the watchtower. Let's see, does the watchtower still have stuff? I mean, they wouldn't know either way if it did or not. Watchtower is spent, but they're still going to search it. Yeah, I'm just going to make it a straight stealth versus perception, involving all of these characters. So the Skis had better roll high. Let's roll that first. Let's roll the Skis' stealth check. 4 on the dice. A total of 2. Or 2? Of 6, I should say. Okay. Right. Kylon gets an 8 on the dice. I can see where this is going. Perception, that's an 11. So, the Skis might not want to be found, but the Skis is probably getting found. Junpei Kageyama, 4 on the dice. Total of 9. Yeah, they both see the Skis. How's this going to play out? Skis is hiding, I think, in the watchtower, just hoping they don't approach the watchtower. I think he's hiding at the very top. He would have seen them coming. I think he's probably hiding in the same place that worked for him before, right at the door to the watchtower. What gives him away? I think as they move through the area, Kylon and Junpei have been able to find like fresh tracks, evidence of scavenging, and it all leads back to this tower. Junpei strolls up, double barrel, held down. Kylon kind of alert, really like zazzed up by the pill, wielding this Uzi, just pointing at anything that moves. And I think they go, seeing and hearing what's going on at this watchtower. They stand a few feet away from the door and go, who would say this? Who's got a better social persuade? Junpei does. Yeah, Junpei is going to be like, All right, come out. We can hear you. And it's going to make a persuasion check. See how this goes versus the skis. +2 on the die. Persuade is a 4. So a total of 6 for persuade. Where would I set the difficulty for this? I think given his fatigue and exhaustion... Yeah, I'd probably set the DC at like a 4. So... +2... Kageyama... Persuade of 4, yeah. They're gonna be able to convince him. Junpei Kageyama convinces the skis to come out. And I think it's pretty convincing because there's 2 of them. The skis can see that on a scanner. So the skis kind of hands up, comes out with them pointing fully loaded guns at him. All right. Listen, I knew you guys were coming. I got this device. He holds it out. Lets me see whoever's nearby. And I didn't want any trouble. That's all. Let's have him make a persuasion check here. I think the difficulty is probably going to be like 2. Nothing huge. His persuasion is not good, though. With equal odds on the die. So, persuasion total of 0. I wonder. I think... it's not particularly convincing to the others, but it's like, would they take an additional person? An additional person to watch their back, but... an additional person to feed... who hasn't got a gun of their own. Either of them have other guns they could give? I think they're going to try to rob him. I think it would be easier to convince Kailan, because Kailan likes lackeys, but even then, if it's like a difficulty of 0, it's a struggle. None of them are like looking... I mean, Junpei Kageyama avoids direct conflict at all costs. So I think that in mind, with their approaches in mind, that Kailan looks to get like lackeys and underlings. Junpei avoids conflict at all costs. I don't think they're going to attack him. I don't think they're going to rob him here. And Kailan goes, that could be useful. Wanting to join us, better odds. Maybe. And I think they start talking. They have an exchange. I think the skis fills them in on some things that have happened so far. And I think, you know... How good is the skis at, like, fighting? Not terrible. Junpei is pretty terrible. Yeah, I don't think either of them are going to give their weapon away at this point, but they're going to let him keep his tracker, and he's now part of the group. The skis joins the Deadly Alliance. Sweet. So we have got everyone grouped up now, including the psychopath. Let's check. There's maybe no interactions here. Oh, Kai Lan actually likes Yamada Taro. Okay. Let's keep that in mind. The serpent likes the skis. This guy is alright. And Junpei also likes the skis. I should have checked that during the interaction. I think that would have made things clear. The serpent and the bomber both like the skis. This kid's alright. Alright. Good. Alright. Who's watching this stream right now? If you are, hello. Welcome to the stream. I am much more prepared today for this one than the other ones. And I'm enjoying it. Why have I got day 2 even? It's day 4 even. So we've got our positions here. First off, we're going to announce new danger zones. So we close off these ones. Right, we have 4 zones here. Why am I putting dots down and not lines? Okay. This is getting crossed off. Is that everything? That's the last one. Okay. So these areas all turn into danger zones. And we're going to set up some more danger zones. We're obviously going to close this one off down here. We'll close this one off down here. This one off down here. I think we're going to close this one down over up here. Right, we're going to get this one too. Yes. Let us whittle things down to our finale. We might be able to have an open community game next week after all. We'll see. Because I'm aware this went on a lot longer than I expected it to. Right. With that in mind, let's go through our evening actions for day 4. Let's go back. And we see this on the stream. Let's make sure you can. H3random.org. There we are. Okay. Hot Springs Group, Unlucky Alliance, Itchy Triggers, and then Deadly Alliance. And I think the Hot Springs Group is definitely going to have some things happen. As everyone here gets to know the newcomer. A friendly newcomer. Oops, I need to copy and paste my order here. Yeah, the music is actually been not too bad. I like this music for this game. This is from the game World of Horror. Okay. I know I'm doing some weird stuff here, but this is just how I organize things. Okay. So I'm doing stuff on this other page that you can't see. Once again, we hide the random. We can hide the participants. There we are. Okay. So, with time passing, I think the psychopath wants to kill someone. I think the psychopath is going to try and maybe go scavenging with someone. But would they be able to successfully convince someone in the group to go off by themselves, trusting them? I mean, the Gaijin Parker Gregory seems to really like the psychopath, so I think that's an obvious person to try and convince. I'm just going to make a persuasion check. And it's going to be a difficulty of 0 because the Gaijin likes the psychopath. Are they going to be able to overcome Parker Gregory's skepticism and paranoia? We'll see. Onisiferous Clement. Make your persuasion check. Yeah, persuade. It's only a 1. So we've got just better than equal odds here. Oh, that's a -2 on the die. Oh, that's a basic failure. I think as they kind of split up into groups to go scavenging, the psychopath tries to persuade Gregory to like come off by himself, but I think Gregory's a bit like, no offense, what's the voice? It's a hillbilly. No offense, buddy, but I don't really know you. I think we'd be better off as a trio. Kind of gestures to himself and Alki, who they've already kind of like been grouped up as a duo before. But I think Parker is going to naturally go in with those two because you know, trying to get someone they are who seem to trust them. But I think probably isn't necessarily going to try to kill. I think with this failed check isn't going to get much of a chance to do so. So grumpily, the psychopath just joins them on this scavenging trip. But no opportunity to murder right now. Especially because I think Alki has a gun. Let's see. Alki's got a scythe, which I think psychopath probably really likes the look of. What's the hatchet give? 3. Yeah. And then Parker Gregory's got Kevlar vest. Yeah. But the psychopath really hates the rat. So maybe tonight, maybe there'll be a chance. So the psychopath fails to persuade anyone to go off by themselves. Let's make those just perception checks for this whole group. Starting with Clement. That's a +4. What's perception? Total 7. So water has been found. And a ration. The rat. Nope, nothing. Haruka +8. Yeah. That total of 12 versus difficulty, so that is a sure success. Gonna find a couple of rations there. This group's doing alright. Parker Gregory. That is +2. Nothing. Alki. Nothing. Okay. Let's also remind ourselves after each thirst is resolved after each day phase. The character, or put this in scavenging. Character already has low water and fails a scavenging check. They take 1 thirst. And then for the night phase, each character eats 1 ration. I could probably have people eat 2 per day, but that's the way I've been doing it so far. But maybe I need to give out fewer rations. We'll see. Thirst's probably going to be a bigger problem in the long run. Okay. So that's been those guys. Are they going to head anywhere? I think they are. They hold up pretty good. Let's go to the Unlucky Alliance there, then. These guys are actually playing the survival game. With only 1 ration between them, they need to find a new ration quick-like. Let's just make these perception rolls, shall we? That'll kind of determine maybe what they do. Terrible. And terrible. Neither of them find rations or water. They now both have low water, and they have 1 ration between them. Once again, playing the survival game. I mean, Adachi's got 1 hand grenade left. Group finds no water. Where will they be going, I think? As they travel. I mean, they've only got 1 direction they can go, so. Head this way. Maybe next day there will be something that can happen. We'll see. Make sure Clement is fully in this space. Yeah, I'm not going to roleplay anything for them. They are just trudging on, having a hard time. They've already made, like, persuasion checks and things today, so I'm not going to let them do that again. The itchy triggers. Probably are just going to keep heading away from the edge of the map. It's kind of where they need to go. They're going to need to cross this river in the process to get fully into here. But, we can resolve that. Oh, we can resolve that now, because they're not going to be encountering anyone. Just put them here for now. We're going to make those checks to see if this group can cross the river easily. Group tries to cross the river. There's our gamblers here. Okay. I mean, we'll make the perception checks first. Keep things in order. Osei Takashi. So they would actually be able to see the other group behind them if they make a good check. So that is a +1, total 5 for Osei. He finds water. No rations though. Tanji Kunio. +3. 4 also finds water, no rations. And no other group. Keiko, nothing. So Osei finds water, but nobody finds any more food. Keiko's got 1 ration. Kanji's got 3. Osei has a poisoned ration and a regular ration. You know, berries and shit. Okay. And no one manages to see the other group, so that doesn't change things. So, now they're going to try to cross the river. We're going to start out with Ose. We're going to roll everything first, and then we're going to resolve it according to how many successes or failures we get. So with crossing rivers, it's a DC 3 check using body martial. Body plus martial or strategy or perseverance plus endurance. Okay. I can use my cardio stat here. I can use 1, 2. Let's see. Total of 2 he's got. Okay. Roll this. Plus 2. 4. I'd say makes it. No problem. On to Tanji Kunio. Body, perseverance. Use that 3. Okay. 3 minus their 1 exhaustion. So 2. Need at least a success here. Nope, that's a... So, 2 minus 7 from the dice, or rather minus 6. Minus 4 on that. That's Tanji. There was a sure failure. Resolve that when we come to that. Minus 4. Keiko. Body 1. Martial 1. So just 2, minus 1 for exhaustion, so 1. Plus 2, so just a struggle, actually. The 3. Okay. For sure failure, I think I should impose a consequence here for Tanji. As he tries to cross the river. Our darts prodigy here. Although, might Tanji have taken an alertness pill? At this point. Yeah, I think so, actually. I think Tanji would have taken their alertness pill. Seeing that now, I'm going to allow that to be taken retroactively. I'm also going to write here until day 5 evening. I didn't remember to write down when I had the others take their pills and when they will wear off, so I'm going to write till day 5 morning here for Kai Lan, who took one. Who else has got their alertness pills? Somebody else took one. There we go, Parker Gregory. That's fine, just wanted to resolve that. We're back here. Okay. So Tanji, I'm going to allow... They've got the +2 from this pill, so their result is a -2. It's still a sure failure there, so it doesn't actually change this roll. It might change future rolls, might help. Might have helped, but it just didn't in this case. Didn't meet the threshold. Why is my music stopped? Please continue. seaside investigation for a fucking river crossing. I see game. See music. With Tanji, what weapons? Butcher's knife. On a sure failure, I think on a sure failure, Tanji is going to perhaps drop something. But I'm going to give Tanji a chance to, like, hang on. Nah, I'm not going to bother with, like, sub-checks. I'm just going to roll to see what Tanji loses. Some of these could be real bad. So let's make a little list here. Water. Medkit. Rations. Let's put 3 of those entries here. So 3 rations. Water bottle will be real bad, and butcher's knife here. So that's going to be 2 fatigue, I'm going to say, for Tanji, for that sure failure. Which is bad. And then we're going to roll to see what Tanji drops trying to cross this river. It's going to be water right there at the very top. Bad news. No water bottle. I'm going to say Tanji will have drunk for this phase. But water low going into the next phase. So Tanji really struggles getting across this river. At some point, trips over, loses something, doesn't find out what till later. Keiko, we're gonna say, I'm gonna just re-roll straight on the dice and see what happens with this. Ooh, success. Okay. Keiko manages to get across all right. They'll trudge across, Tanji looking a little worse for the wear. But they have now crossed this river. They're on this side of it. And potentially able to get anyone following. Might be a good place for them to hold up. Okay. Okay. So our deadly alliance now. They're definitely going to be moving this way. Just going to move them. Because there's no encounters that may be had. Talking and finding things. On. Do our perception checks. They have found water thanks to Kailan. Mark that. So full. This one is for Yamato. -4. Nothing. But water is full on both of the flasks. Junpei gets nothing, but they've all at least got full water now. Good. So if they'd have failed that, some of them would have gotten real thirsty. Or they might have taken Yamanataro's extra bottle, but whatever. Someone would have gotten thirsty. So they continue traveling. I wonder if they would do anything. Maybe make any checks, any story-based checks as we proceed onward. I think we can make a general check to see how, like, the group does with, you know, having other people in the group like them and trust them. Although, they already kind of like skis. So that kind of goes without saying. Yeah, let's see if like the skis can make himself likable enough that they would maybe trust him with a weapon or rations or the adrenaline shots, which Junpei has 3 of. Let's just have them all make like persuasion checks generally here. Skis gets a 10 on the dice. Perfect. Natural. Which is a total with persuasion of 0. It's a total of 10. Right. Eilon gets a 1 on the dice. Worst possible result. With persuasion, total of 3. 4. Junpei Kageyama. Why do I keep dropping it outside the tray? 5 on the dice. Pretty average. Total of persuade 9. Okay. Not too bad. I think the skis is getting along well enough with everyone, making them laugh. The serpent maybe less so. The serpent a little bit suspicious. But Junpei, I think the skis feels a bit more relaxed around Junpei. And I think Junpei is going to hand over an adrenaline shot to just skis. He's not going to tell Kailan he's got another one. But hey, this might come in handy if we get into a pinch. Ah, thank you. All right. The bomber gives the skis an adrenaline shot, sharing the goods, which might help them all survive. If they were to get into an encounter, not that that's going to happen in the next day. So that's pretty much all of our movements. That's no encounters. So I think we're just going to go and like go to the night. We're gonna cross off these first off. These danger zones. Alrighty. Check my rules that I am writing as I play. Before the night phase, each character eats 1 ration. So let's go through all of that now. So let's see who maybe struggles with that. Yamada Taro eats a ration. Deadly Alliance has no problem with rations right now. Itchy Trigger is getting a little bit more empty. I think when it comes to Osei Takashi, are they going to eat the nice packaged ration, or are they going to eat the berries and shit that they've collected? I think they're going to eat the berries and shit they've collected. I did kind of say that would be the case. But I was debating having them... let's just roll and say on a 1. On this D10, on a 1, he eats the cyanide rations. Yeah. That's technically cocked. Let's reroll that. That's a 10. He does not eat the cyanide rations today. Okay. Taji Kunio eats normal rations. Keiko also eats normal rations. Normal rations for me, please, says Onesiphorus Clement. Nezumi has rations. The formatting on the notes I've taken for these sheets is so inconsistent. It'll be so much nicer for the people who get this as a free game, where it will actually be finished rules. Okay, Aoki is now out of rations. Koga, oh yeah, okay. Koga and Adachi have one ration between them. And I think Koga found the rations. I don't think Adachi is going to necessarily fight with that. I think she probably shares a bit. But Adachi is the one who takes the starvation from not eating. Okay. I'm just going to rule it that way. Like, I'm sure they would share a little bit, but one of them has to take a starvation because there's only one ration, so it's going to be Adachi. We failed their perception checks. So, we're going to put a wound up here. I'm just appropriating this wound box for my other penalties, because it's the only way I can do it on this sheet. Starvation. It's day 4. Bad for Adachi, can't eat grenades. Okay. Have I been here for fucking 3 hours? No, I've been here for 2 hours. Misreading the time. Okay. Let's say day 4 night. Adachi takes 1 starvation as the group runs out of food. When will the thirst take place there, Greg? I think it's just if you miss a scavenging check. Let's see here. Yeah, if the character already has low water and fails a scavenging check, they take 1 thirst. So we're not there yet with thirst. Because that's going to be bad. That will stack up very quickly. -1 per half day of missed water, which is like, yeah, if you don't have water, that's real bad. Yeah. So night phase. Let's make some rolls and see if people can sleep. As these danger zones, or the danger zones become dead zones. Sleep checks for everybody. Starting with Yamada Taro. I think I said I'd turn these DCs down as we proceeded. Sleeping. What did I do so far? DC 0 if inside, 3 if outside to sleep well enough. And I'm going to reduce this by like 1 for each day that has passed. So I'm going to say... Would I reduce by 1 for each day that's passed? Yeah, I think for the sleeping outside. -1 per day that... per night that has passed. So, ruling that now, we're just going to do sleeping checks, DC 0. See if people can get good sleep. Let's go down the line. In fact, I might be able to just make, like, N dice rolls at once. Is that possible? It's easier to just do it this way, isn't it? I got my dice in hand. Let's do it this way. Looking for... It's the actual proficiency for this, the aptitude. Spirit, perseverance, nerve, discipline. Yeah. -1 for the skis. For our total result, with a +4 of well enough, mate. Fatigue. What happens every night with fatigue? I think we recover what? You didn't write this down, Greg. God damn it! you didn't write down how much fatigue you restore. I'm pretty sure it was 2. No, I'm just gonna say, I don't remember. I feel like it was just 1 per night for this game. Have I written this down anywhere? I'm sure I would have. Day 2 evening. Day 1. Definitely people took some failures on day 1. I'm just gonna say it's 1 fatigue. Yeah. So Yamada Taro gets some sleep. Nah, fuck it. 2 fatigue for now. Okay, I'm writing it down. There we go. 1 fatigue. I'm making my mind up. Right. On to Kailan. That is a failure. Let's see, discipline, all that. Yeah, no, it's a -3. He's going to take fatigue. Everyone's going to get fatigued up, so it's going to be all the same. Well, some people. Junpei, -2. That is a failure. Takes 1 fatigue. Now everyone in Deadly Alliance is scared and frightened and tired. And stressed. Ose takes... That is a success. So that's -1 fatigue for Ose. Throwing off the exhaustion. Should have been higher. Anji Kunio needs this sleep to go well, but it does not. It's a big failure. Up to 6 fatigue now. 3 exhaustion. Pretty bad. But it would actually be... Yeah, I got the pill offsetting that exhaustion completely, so I'm removing it till the pill wears off. I'm going to be very exhausted when it wears off, though. Keiko. That's a +3. Yeah, that is a success. Onisiferous Clement. How well do you sleep? -5, not very well. Nezumi the Rat. How do you sleep? That's just well enough to get a bit of shut-eye. Because everyone's sleeping outside at this point. What about Miyake? With endurance, that's just a 0. The DC was a 0? Yeah, struggle. What would a struggle be in this case? I'm just going to re-roll the dice here. Failure. Okay. Takes a fatigue. Parker Gregory is okay. Manages to get a bit of sleep. Aoki Akemi. That is equal on the dice. That's a failure. Getting very, very tired and stressed out. Very tired and stressed out at this point. Yeah. Okay. Koka Katsumi. Well, do you sleep? That hunger. Surprisingly well. No longer exhausted. Adachi Koji. Doesn't sleep great. Takes some fatigue, but not exhaustion yet. Okay. I'm just going to brush through that. We're going to start day 5. What danger zones are we going to put today? Was anyone wounded? I don't think so. Nope. Okay. Danger zones then. We're definitely going to close off these corners. One should have been closed off already. Everyone's getting pushed towards the center. We're going to have our finale today, I think, folks. Yep, that's all I can do. Unless I want to, like, just push those groups and those groups. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to do that. They have to be able to meet up in a final showdown. And I think as the morning starts, you hear General Towner go, I think I'm just about sick and tired of this cowardice. Soon enough we'll have a winner to this game. Then we'll see which of you is worth the prize of walking out of here. As we roll for our groups to see who goes. Let us randomize. Okay. All the groups. I didn't delete any, did I? No, got them all. Okay. So. First up, we've got the Unlucky Alliance, then the Deadly Alliance, then the Hot Springs group, then the Itchy Triggers. Okay. The rat's still alive. He's gonna be fine. Right. Oh yeah! Actually, there is something before any of this happens. In the night, there was definitely something that I wanted to happen. That is Onisiferous Clement. Who I believe succeeded, but I don't know, failed. That doesn't matter. Regardless, Onisiferous is going to take a fatigue because the Onisiferous is staying awake tonight. Onisiferous is going to try and kill someone while they sleep. Let's see. I wish I'd remembered who'd actually succeeded on their checks now. Oh well, it's not going to come into play. It's just going to be straight perception checks, I think. No, Keiko and who's he with? Who definitely failed. I think they are all awake pretty much. So I'm just gonna call this like straight stealth versus perception. Yeah. And I think I'm gonna allow everyone in the group to oppose this. So, Clement tries to stay awake and sneak up on someone. I guess the question would be, who would Clement want to kill? Oh, it's got to be the rat. It's got to be the rat. He hates the rat. Okay. Yeah. So, sorry, rat. Clement is going to try to quietly kill the rat. But don't worry, everyone's going to get a chance to possibly stop this. Right, so let's roll the stealth first. That is 4 on the dice. Not great. What's Clement's stealth? 4. Okay. Clement gets 8. Let's roll everyone else. Ooh, just throw a dice. No, I did. I'm going to put these in a row. I'm going to read them in order. So, Shingai, whose check is quite important here. Total perception score of 8. That's equal. Clement, that's gonna be great. It's across here so I can see it. Miyake gets 3, total of 9. Oh, Stoat might be coming to the rat's rescue here. He does like the rat. Parker Gregory, very perceptive, with a total of 10. Just rolling well on the die. And Aoki, with a total of 7. It's just the die result. Okay, so with our struggle here, I think the Stoat and Parker definitely notice some movement in the night, and think they see Clement kind of walking over, just creeping up with the hatchet and standing above the rat. And I think the Stoat kind of jumps out like, hey, what the hell are you doing? Parker also jumps out. Let's resolve this struggle between Clement and the rat. Does Clement even get a chance to make an attack here? I think they don't get any advantage or disadvantage particularly, as this is all happening. And I don't think the rat was particularly sleeping anyway. So it's just an attack. I think Clement is just going to try to, like, I think Clement sees themselves getting called out, and I think the rat kind of turns and looks and goes, oh, as Clement is standing above them. But Clement is still going to do this because Clement doesn't care about winning. Clement just wants to kill. So, who was it in the chat? Sorry, Oni, but you might not be okay here. Right, let's make these checks one at a time. I'm gonna have the psychopath make their attack roll. That bounce, and it's just a 9 on the dice. The hatchet. With melee. Total of 13 on the attack. Plus 3 potency. And now the rat. What do you get? Ooh, that's a 1 on the die. I'm not making this shit up. So for defense, it's a 1. So the rat is exhausted. It's got a 0 in defense right now due to the exhaustion. It would have been a 1. It's not great. Okay. And it's in the middle of the night, so I don't think they'd be taking any adrenaline shots all of a sudden. This is happening all in the moment. So, kids, what's 13 minus 1? Tell me that. Is that 12, kids? And what? How do success levels work in this game that we're playing? Let's see there at the top. So kids, I think it's off the charts here. It's a 12. Well, that's not what we're looking at. Where's the actual full fucking chart? This thing's completely unhelpful. I've got it in memory. It's just an ultimate success, so 12 is -6. But we do have to add the potency as well. This is a very bloody game. So it's a total of 15. Which is quite high. I think the rat looks up just in time to see Onisiferous look down at, like, look up at the people yelling, look down, and just go, and lay the hatchet down into the rat. And the rat gets just a second to scream as their face is split open. And the stoat just screams. They really liked it. Like, they liked the rat, and well, she liked the rat, and she didn't expect this to happen. I think she's going to get the next attack here. I'll roll and then see if she or... No, let's just go narrative with it. She's just going to get the next attack. As the stoat screams as the rat's head is split in two. Yeah, this isn't like a nice decapitation either. This is like right, like, you know, slides to the side of the nose and just like screaming and bleeding for a second before just a horrible, gory death. But the stoat was like, you know, there and watching, so she's going to get to make an attack, and she's definitely going to do that. A psychopath is in their midst. But she doesn't have a weapon, she's just got binoculars. Parker Gregory doesn't have anything either. Alky's got a scythe, and the rat had throwing knives. I mean, he would have been in his sleeping bag, so I don't think they would grab the throwing knives. I think she's just going to try and unarmed strike. See what goes on there. Okay. So, the stoat rolls 5. Runs towards Psychopath to attack him. 5 plus her melee is 6. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Her melee is a -3. So 5 minus 3 is a 2 total. Jesus. That's not great. Onisiferous. Defense. Doesn't really have to try. That's a critical failure, I believe. It's a difference of 8. Yeah, critical failure for her. I think she's gonna, like, trip up. She's in a vulnerable position now, basically. If she gets attacked on the next turn, she's going to take a -2. -2 to next defense. After she, like... I think he just, like, kind of ducks down out of the way and, like, tosses her over as all this is happening. The two who were asleep. Well, the one who was asleep, Aoki, now waking up. And she's going to get to act in the next round. But next up, we've got Parker. Parker also has no weapons. He's just going to make an unarmed attack. 4 the die. Melee. 6 versus... Clement has really high defense. I forgot that. He's the one person who put points into defense. So, 6 versus 6. Struggle here. I think Parker... They're kind of like... I think... I think he manages to like get the psycho in a full Nelson for a second and is riding around. The psychopath has this axe. I think we're going to resolve how this happens with just another reroll. But I'm going to say this was Parker's attack. I'm going to say if Parker has a sure failure, he's going to take harm on this reroll. And it's just the dice here, no proficiencies. Ooh, that's a 1 versus a 9, -8. That's a sure failure, man. In fact, that's a critical failure. But I think that's like 2 harm is a bit much for just a consequence, but he's definitely going to take 1 harm. I think as they writhe around and the psychopath just like manages to like nick Parker with the axe, causing a minor injury, making Parker step back. And that was all kind of narrative, but for this next bit, I'm going to have them roll... yeah, some kind of initiative. I think... What would we roll for initiative here? Let's all just have them make a clash. Let's all just have them make their rolls here. Make sense? Yeah, because I want to incorporate the fact that the stoat is tripped. So she's just going to make her check with a -2. And I think it's just going to be, yeah. Essentially, the psychopath, now seeing the stoat on the ground, is going to try and... let's just make sure we know. Who was the rat? The rat was number 3. The rat dead. We're going to delete this sheet in a second. After this is all resolved. Okay. Round 2. So, I'm going to have each of them make their attacks, and they're just going to be compared. Psychopath. 6. 8 total. Stoat with a -2. Fucking really bad stats here. -3 on melee right now with body, because she's got a flawed body. She's got -3 in melee because of exhaustion. I just rolled a 1 on the die as well. And with this circumstantial penalty, because she's prone, I gave her a -2. So overall, -5 plus 1, it's a -4. Really bad. Parker. There's not always, like, you know, always in the game instant kills, but in this game, fittingly, there have been a lot of just fast deaths, bloody deaths. Like a horror movie, you know? Oh, Jesus! Parker also rolled a 1 on the dice. I'm not making this shit up. For a total of 3. So, the Psycho is definitely going to win this clash and get to go first and take their action. Essentially, the way it works is they've already rolled their attack. Psycho has rolled their attack. And the Stoat is just going to make her defense. 6 on the defense. Let's see. -2 from stats, so 4 for defense. This Stoat for defense. +3 from the hatchet. So, total of 7. Sure success. That could have gone a lot worse. See, I'm telling you, it's not always instant kills. So, I think the Stoat manages to like stop the like hatchet with her like hands, but it slices right through like the skin of her palm, like almost skins her hand here. Really bad, like bloody skin hanging off. That's going to be just a minor injury, just on the threshold of a minor injury and a wound, but 2 harm there to the stoat. She's still standing. It's a pain threshold of 4, death threshold of 8, as a reminder. 2 minor injuries to the stoat. And Parker. And I think I am going to let Alki do something at the end of this round also. So, no other attacks get to take place here because that was all handled through the clash. Basically, they get their actions cancelled by the Psychopath's action here. Which is pretty crazy that he beat both of them. It's quite lucky. He's doing pretty well. But we'll see how long that luck lasts. Okay. I did say I was going to let Alki do something this round. I think I'm going to give her... I think she would have been like sort of awake-ish, so yeah. I think she sees all this happening. This isn't going to be part of the clash. She's just going to make her own attack versus the Psycho. She's going to swing the scythe. Considering she was on the ground and he's kind of surrounded here, I'm also going to give just a +1 for her. No, I think I'm going to give it +2 for this. I'm envisioning that, like, you know, the Psycho is already dealing with 2 people. And on a, like a, you know, TT, on a VTT, if you can get behind someone, you get a +2 in this game, even if they're aware of you. That's basically, you know, the flanking bonus. So that's what I'm giving Alki here. Because I can just imagine, like, he's already dealing with 2 combatants, other than the one he's just killed. He's not going to be able to, like, stop someone getting behind. So, can Alki save the day here? Scythe. He's got a -2 in melee right now because of her 3 exhaustion. 4 on the die. So... +2 from stealth, or from flanking, we'll say. Total of 4. That's 4 on the die. Oh yeah, -2 from scores, +2 because of the bonus. So total of 4, yeah. Clement. 7. Yeah. I think he defends just fine. Clement evades. He's doing really friggin' well. He's one of the only people in this group that's not exhausted, so I think that helps a lot. He didn't have any adrenaline himself, so wasn't able to do any of it. Round 3. So Clement is going to try to escape at this point. I know Clement from reading their approach. They do not seek to win just to kill. They intend to hide and wait. If confronted with a fight, they will choose to run the moment they don't have advantage. And I think at this point, the Stoat is standing up off the ground, skinned hands. He's got his kill, or they've got their kill. They're going to run. This is going to be, I think, a cardio check. Like a... yeah, we're going to make like a contested cardio check here. 3 people, and we're just going to, like, if Clement can beat everyone, they can just escape right now. So, Clement tries... strikes? Clement tries to escape. Cardio checks. All right. And if Clement can't escape, anyone who beat Clement is going to be able to make a melee attack here. And Clement might be able to fight back. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Why did my music stop? Oh, I'm all out of music. Get some... What's legal here? Yeah, let's just go back to the start of this. I like World of Horror OST. Right. So, I've got all these dice rolled. Cardio, Clement scores a 7. Nezumi, I need to kill. Get rid of in a sec. Miyake, endurance. Cardio, I should say. 10, because of a really good roll. That makes sense. She's really trying to get her revenge here. I imagine she's really upset about this happening under her watch, that she is the one who trusted this guy and did not have any idea they were dealing with a psychopath. So she's catching up. Parker. Total of 10. Yeah, they're chasing him down. Alki. Score of 0 total. Okay. So, with this in mind, yeah, I think Miyake and Parker are going to be able to make attacks here. And Clement's going to be able to clash, at least. I'll say that much. But Miyake goes first. So this is going to be melee versus melee. Her melee is pretty terrible, but she could get something really good. We've got a full proper combat happening here. 5 on the dice. Jeez. 2 versus 8 on the dice. 2 versus 12. I think she trips again. Or... oh, this was a clash, actually, so we're considering this an attack. Oh, man. That's quite bad. I think she gets there first, and Parker's like, wait! 10 difference. Plus 3 from Hatchet. She does get to make her defense. Let's not forget that. Oh, 9 on the defense. Better. Reduced to a 7 because of her badness. $12 versus 7. Yep. So he's still going to succeed. Difference of 5, difference of 8. So this is going to be a wound. Okay. With the hatchet, I think she tries to like run towards him and jump at him. He's going to turn around and try to slice out with the hatchet. Critical wound here. 3 harm, -1 penalty. I think it slices her right across the belly. Okay, she's in real bad shape now between her exhaustion and this wound happening. And she's at 5 harm. She's going to need to make a pain check to stay on her feet. It's going to be endurance versus her... or it's just going to be pain threshold 4 versus her total harm, which is a 5. She succeeds. She stays on her feet. Makes sense again. She's like really upset at the rat dying. Miyake stays on her feet despite her open wound. Say, Clement slices Miyake across the belly, killing her. But Parker is also going to get to make a check here. I'm going to give him a +1. I'll say. Yeah, I'll say like he's outflanking her because he succeeded on this check. And like, you know, Miyake is already there, like facing him. That just makes sense to me. Attacks with a +1. Attacks Clement, I should say. One of the problems is he's got a hatchet. They are fighting with their hands, other than Aoki, who is slow. Okay, see how this attack goes. This is not a clash. Man. Terrible. -8 on the die, jeez. Okay. Yeah, and that's like a sure failure as well, I believe. I think he's going to trip. I think with all of this, I think I'm going to say like Clement has an opportunity to escape here. Yeah, I think narratively I'm going to say so. Like having repelled Miyake and evaded Parker, and then both attacking with like just their hands. They've already lost someone here. I think they're gonna like back off. Like I think Clement, having hit Miyake and evaded Parker, is gonna turn and just flee. And Miyake is gonna try and chase after, but Parker just grabs her and pulls back. It's like, hey, you're already injured. Look at you. Just leave that psychopath alone. She's like, he killed him, and just, yeah. But she gives it, like, she's exhausted, has this open belly wound, and barely staying on her feet here. So it just makes sense. That is what's going to happen. And I'm going to move the psychopath away from the group. Nezumi Shingai is no more. Let's roll and see which way he headed. That is... He's heading east now. Okay. They are heading, I should say. Keep messing it up with Onisiferous. Still in this one for now. This is all still the night phase. So yeah. I'll say he stayed up at night. I think he can... They can be allowed to move into that space. There we go. Now, with that encounter finished, I want to divvy up the rat's possessions. We can maybe resolve this in the morning. I think that makes sense. They've got to catch their breath first. So, we are now in the morning. I have to roll for Onisiferous Clement. Let's roll 1 to 5, see where they land. Random.org. In the placements here. 5. Onisiferous Clement goes last. Shingai the Rat did not make it through the night. So retroactively, that is added into the announcement. The announcement of 1 death in the night. Okay. It's all going to get crazy from this point onwards, folks. With our unlucky alliance here, we gotta hope, or they gotta hope, that they're gonna be able to find some water, or shit's gonna go badly. Let's see. We're gonna make perception checks. Okay, Kogakatsumi, perception. And 0. Dachikoji, bad. -6. They are taking thirst. Haven't had much to drink, just dribbles through the night. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. Been adding a minus penalty, should just be adding a penalty here. I got confused because I was doing it the other way with my makeshift stuff. Okay. Thirst. Both Adachi and Koga are failing to find water. They are not having a great time. They figure it must be better over here. Neither of them are able to perceive the Hot Springs group either. They don't know what's just gone down over there. Deadly Alliance over on the other side of the map. Our skis, our bomber, and our serpent. Let's make perception checks. Might be able to see the people next to them. Start with the skis. Yeah, that's good. Perception. +9 on the die. Total of 11 perception. The skis. Oh, the skis didn't even need to check. The skis has got the GPS. But still, an 11 does mean what's that versus the difficulty? Just a 4 over. Yeah. Finds a ration and gets some water as well. Everyone. And they definitely can see by eye the group ahead of them. The skis has now informed his new group of these people, of what they're equipped with. I don't believe any of them have guns except for Keiko with the rocket launcher, and he has definitely informed them of that, to like watch out for the one with the rocket launcher. Though I don't know if she would have revealed that to him. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Let's go back to these. Kailan, perception check. Nothing there. Would have found water, and for the bomber, nothing. Okay. But I think they are probably carefully trying to outflank the itchy triggers. I think it would be interesting to go to the itchy triggers right now. Initiative doesn't matter too much here, so kind of just using it. Head towards the itchy triggers. Meanwhile, if you were an itchy trigger, what would you do? You would make a perception check. And if Osei can't find food here, he's probably going to be eating that poison ration. Which it seems like he can't. That's a -3. So, nothing. Hanji, do you at least find some water from the group? 0 versus a 6, so that's a +4. So, yes, water is found. And food is found by Tanji. That's from Keiko. -2 on the dice. No, nothing. Keiko is bad at perception. But, I think Tanji, with that perception check, would have noticed the people nearby. Tanji notices Yeah, he's gonna be able to see both the group tailing them and this lone traveler. Let's let him make some free insight checks, shall we? Let's just do them one at a time. Psychopath first, insight check. Anji does not notice anything off about this guy. And then Anji cannot tell the intentions of this group. Though they are with Yamanotaro. So I think he's like, I think there's maybe some people following us. And the alertness pill. That wears off in the evening. So Tanji still has this alertness pill active. I don't know. Maybe we should take our stand here on the river. Let them come to us. Keiko's like, that could be a good idea. If they come across, I'll use my rocket launcher on them. Osei Takashi kind of breathes, touches the hilt of the katana. Wonder if Osei has been struggling with those violent thoughts as they have this conversation. It's been... He got like so close to actually killing someone, but hasn't been able to yet. I think I want to make a roll here to see whether Osei has decided to maybe try and kill someone today. Even someone in their own group if he has to. Totally balanced on the die. Okay. Struggling. But not failing. Okay. So this group is going to stay exactly where they are. And they're going to wait for the approach. And there is going to be some more combat. In the next phase. Tanji notices the psychopath, but doesn't pick up on bad vibes. The group decides to wait at the river to make their stand. Let's resolve Onisiferous Clement here. Wonder if he sees, or they see, the new group ahead of them. Yeah, let's make our perception check. Very flush and excited from the night. They do not see anything. Where's our psychopath sheet? Okay. And what's the total here? Total is bad, nothing. So, water, full and low. Because the psycho has 2 bottles. Okay. And a bloodied hatchet. Where is the psycho gonna head? I think they probably try and head towards new groups. Isolated people, not back the way they came, where people are angry and vigilant. That makes sense to me. It's just happenstance that also happens to be right behind this group, and that could be a real fun 3-way fight. We will resolve at the end of this phase. That's definitely going to be a fun encounter. So, finally the Hot Springs group. What are they going to do this morning? The first thing that really has to be done is they need to divvy up the possessions of the rat. Where the fuck did I put the rat's sheet? There it is. Okay. So, the rat had an adrenaline shot, a water bottle, and a ration, and some throwing knives. Think, who is the best shot fighting with these knives? Probably Parker Gregory? Yeah. Especially given the state Aoki is in. Aoki is just looking really ragged, like exhausted. He looks awful. Miyake looks even worse. Exhausted and like skin almost hanging off the hand here. I think they would have definitely tried to patch it up. I haven't got a medkit. Parker Gregory does, so yeah, they're going to try to patch this up. Let's see my rules for medkits. Removes 1 harm. I think that can probably remove a harm from a wound. Penalty would go down slightly. It can heal a bit more. Okay. The belly wound harm goes down to 2. It's still got a penalty for now. Medkit has been used. And the alertness pill that Parker took a day ago is starting to wear off. Leaving Parker with all the exhaustion. Didn't really help fight that psychopath, did it? But Aoki still has an adrenaline shot. Okay. Patched up. What is the group going to do? Are they going to still hole up where they are? I think so. I think they're going to patch their wounds, divide what they've got. And I think Parker is going to get the throwing knives. They're going to share the water between them. Throwing knives are real good here. They're going to give potency for melee and ranged. Okay. And he's also still got his Kevlar. I'm just going to give the water to Miyake. And I'm going to debate who gets to get the adrenaline shot. Let's have just a persuasion off between Miyake and Aoki as they decide who should get this. This is not like, you know, a hardcore argument. Just deciding who gets it. Persuasion 10 for Miyake. Rather, I should say it is 8 for Miyake. 7 for Aoki. Okay. Miyake gets all the stuff. Because I was like, you know, Aoki looks like she needs it, but Miyake looks like she maybe really needs it. And is definitely going to want it. Oh yeah, Aoki also has her own adrenaline shot. What am I thinking? Yeah. Cool. So, I'm still going to let them make perception checks today. These are the last group before our encounters. Let's delete our rat. Okay. Perception. Nothing from Miyake. Parker Gregory. Ooh. 6. Not enough to find a ration. Enough to find water for everyone. Perception. Aoki. That's pretty good. He finds a ration. And they do see the psychopath heading away from them. And they do see these newcomers arriving. Newcomers they are now probably a lot more suspicious of, but they look pretty fucked up. I'm going to let... who is it that succeeded on the check? I'm going to let Parker and Aoki make insight checks. Here. Parker gets a terrible check. Heavily paranoid. Alki. It's a pretty basic check. I don't think either of them are able to see much at this distance or tell much about the group. Like, yeah, it is quite a way off. I don't think they're able to figure out much from what they can see. So. Onicephalus heads unknowingly east. Hot Springs group. Divvies up the possessions of Nezami. They treat Miyaka's wound. And notice 2 more survivors approaching from the southwest. So a lot of stuff might come to head in this day 5 morning encounter phase. But before we go to that, I'm gonna pee to leave you on a cliffhanger. But we will be resolving this tonight. Okay. We'll do it in the chat. Ah, we got some folks. Cool. Righty-ho then. Why the fuck have I still got this on screen? This success levels thing? I just forgot to take that away. It's alright. Not like it was covering much, just the middle of the map. So, in terms of our encounters, the way I'd like to resolve them, I'd like to leave the most dramatic and exciting possible encounters for second. So we've got our 3-way over here. We're going to be resolving the left-hand encounters first. Gonna close these off, even though I haven't moved the people off them yet. Turning our danger zones into dead zones. So. 13 and 14 make their way over here. And they did not see anyone on the horizon, I don't believe. No, they couldn't even find food or water. These dehydrated, starved motherfuckers make their way into a clearing where they find a scythe pointed at them. In fact, yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to roll for this. I already rolled perception checks. I know that the unlucky group did not see this group, so they can do whatever the fuck they want. And they have they have time to prepare going in. So I think it's even possible that they might use some adrenaline shots. Because they don't know these people, and they just had one person rip their group up. So I think... I'm gonna roll the dice to see if one of them uses a shot or both of them use it. I'm just gonna roll like a d10 for each of them. 6 are up, they take the shot. So Miyake takes the shot, and Aoki doesn't. That makes sense to me that they kind of leave one person as a backup with a shot in case there is a more dangerous encounter to come. So Miyake is going to increase all body checks for 20 minutes, which is needed right now. Adrenaline. I'm going to give her a penalty of -1, or rather -2, but just to body checks. There's no way I can do it just for body checks. So let's we're just going to increase her body to 1 for now, temporarily. I'm going to say adrenaline till end of day 5 encounter. Cool. Just so that I can remember that it's up there, that it needs to be removed. The body reset after this. Adrenaline shot has now been used. I'm getting hungry, but I'm going to push on to the end of this stream. Okay. So yeah. Body pumping full of adrenaline. Miyake there. Hiding in the trees. They are able to stealth in whatever way they like, I'm going to say. Parker Gregory standing nearby, throwing knives at the ready. But Aoki Akemi is the one who steps forward with the intimidating scythe. It says, "Get your fucking hands up right now where I can see them." Because they are all shook at this point. Would I even need to make an intimidation check? They've got no weapons. I don't think they're going to fight back. Yeah, I think Adachi is just going to be like, we don't want any trouble. Look, I've got weapons, but I'm not holding anything. Koga also hands up. Let's have him make persuasion checks, shall we? Start with Adachi. So for Adachi, that's a -2 persuasion. Adachi is just very frantic and exhausted. Persuasion. Koga is a 3. Better than 0. Let's see. I'm just going to make some rolls. See, like, who trusts and who does not. Yeah, I think they're generally fairly trusting as a group. I think Alki slightly lowers the side and goes, "So you can see, we've suffered some injuries lately." Points over towards Miyaka, who's got this bandaged hand, blood seeping out from beneath it. So, we apologize if we're a little bit on edge. And, they are going to group up. Hot Springs groups up with the Unlucky Alliance. So we're going to say, we're going to call them Hot and Unlucky. Now we're going to go and resolve our somewhat more interesting thing going on over here. I don't think there's anything else I need to resolve for this phase. Phases. Yeah. Nope. Psychopath. Did not see where they were heading. These two groups, though, do both know they're heading into an encounter with each other. I'm going to place them opposite each other on the river. I think we almost want to resolve the psychopath first because they didn't know they were walking into a group. So Tanji notices the psychopath approaching. I think they're all waiting. Like, some of them are sort of at the river's edge, keeping an eye on the southeast. I think... yeah, we're going to resolve it this way narratively. They haven't noticed anything off about the psycho. Or psychopath approaching. Who would it be that speaks up? Hanji, Keiko, or Osei? Who's the most outgoing? They're all pretty unpleasant, but I think Keiko is probably the most outgoing. Yeah. I think Keiko points the rocket launcher more as a bluff and goes, "Hey, you here to cause trouble? Are you gonna be friendly? Make your mind up now." Pointing the rocket launcher as Onisiferous walks in, realizing they are being watched on all sides. Some of them seem to be distracted, though, facing forward, keeping an eye on both sides, as though they are, you know, as though there's others approaching. Let's see... Onisiferous goes, let's make a deception check. Yeah, now that they're all here in person, let's have him make a deception check versus their insight checks, just like I did with the other group. Right. We've got Itchy triggers. Onisiferous Clement. The Deadly Alliance. Onisiferous Clement is caught off guard and tries to persuade them he's not a threat. Tries to persuade the Itchy triggers he's not a threat. Not a great check from Onisiferous, and some pretty good checks elsewhere. Deceive. Clement gets 1. 6, I should say. 6 total. Ose gets... What is Ose's insight? 2, 9. Okay. Tanji. 3, 6 on the dice is 9. Keiko. 2 on the insight. 8 on the dice, that's 10. So, everyone immediately is suspicious. No one's like out and out like bullshit. They're all basic successes here, but everyone's immediately a little bit suspicious of this creepy individual who shows up kind of pasty, long matted hair, looking like someone who looks like a psychopath looks. I think they probably... Yeah, I mean... Onicephorus's description details that they wear a white mask. Now, I didn't incorporate that previously, but I did say that, like, they're kind of wandering through the wilderness. No, I think they're not wearing the mask right now, but I think maybe the mask pokes out of a side pocket. How would they resolve this? They might try and rob him. I mean, Tanji is, you know, allied with the mob to rig matches of darts. I would say kind of wants to kill someone. And Keiko doesn't give a fuck about, you know, she's a pathological liar. She'll do whatever it takes to win. I think they point at Clement and go... I think Keiko takes his measure and goes, "What have you got? Show us your stuff." I think they probably also see maybe the bloody hatchet. They're all going to make intimidation checks here. Yeah. Okay. Intimidation checks. Let's write this down. They don't trust this newcomer. Keiko asks what stuff they have and to give it over. Intimidation checks. Do I have an intimidation skill here? I've got persuade, deceive, and charm. I think this would just come into persuade. And I would allow body for this as well. So start with Ose. Body. I'll say martial can be added to this, so 2. Persuade 1, so 3 here. Ooh, uplift 10. Tanji. Tanji's still under the effects of the alertness pill, just about. 3 for Tanji. Keiko. I'm going to give her +2 because she's holding a rocket launcher. +2 +4, 4. But with Ose, it's a pretty good situation there. I mean, Clement, he has a choice here. Either fight or hand over what they've got. Kind of not happy about this face contorting, feeling humiliated. Onicephorus hands over the bag. They have a look through it. Keiko looks at the 2 bottles of water. Looks like he already killed someone. Gross. I think she's going to keep the bottle of water. He's going to plead and go, you can't take even my water. I'll die if I don't have anything to keep a bottle in. You can't do that. Persuade. 2. They are unmoved. Would the psychopath stand by as their water is stolen like this? No, I don't think it, I think, like, knowing what the creator said about Onicephorus, don't think he's gonna fight this. So, yeah, I'm just gonna say... he would have to give up the hatchet as well. I don't think he's gonna just let his stuff be taken like this. I think if that's how it's going down, he's gonna try to swipe and run. They're all facing up here, and it's like, they're kind of calling Keiko's bluff with the rocket launcher, because there's only one rocket. Yeah. In fact, I'll have Onicephorus make an insight check here to see if Keiko is serious about the rocket launcher. Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. I think that's enough to know it's not necessarily going to get used. Good game theory as well here. Tactics. Yeah. I think Onicephorus Clement knows that Keiko... Onicephorus Clement knows that Keiko isn't really going to use the rocket launcher here. There are bigger threats. He turns to run. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have sort of a series of contested checks here. Onicephorus is going to be using cardio to get away. Tanji and Osei are going to be attacking. I think Keiko is going to stand back and keep an eye out for the other group for now. So, we have 3 participants in this clash going on, and I'm just going to use their relevant aptitudes that they're using to use their action. So with Onicephorus, it's just a cardio, and I'm just going to let him escape if he wins. Alrighty here. Clement, total 7. Trying to run with the hatchet. Osei. Should we just do a contested cardio first? I think they were near enough by that they could take an attack if needed. Yeah. So, yeah, sticking with that, it's melee. Osei, 10 for melee. Tanji. Why is there no music happening here? There is some music, it's just a really, really long track. Okay. Tanji scored dog shit. For a total of 3. So Tanji won't be getting an attack here, but Osei will. Clement is going to get defense. Roll high. Defense total of 6. Not going to beat it. So let's just work this out before I resolve anything here. 4. Bonus does the Murasame give? 5. And plus 5, so 15 total attack. Total of a difference of. Okay. I think as Clement turns to run, Osei jumps in front of the path and swings with the Murasame. And with that, I think, yeah, Clement like raises the hatchet almost in defense. And the Murasame, as they bring their hand up to block, the Murasame actually slices off a few of Clement's fingers from right in front of their face as they go, ah! With this wound being inflicted, this critical hit, severed fingertips. And it's like, you know, right up through the fingers here. I'm going to say left hand. That's bad for Clement. And I did call it a clash, so Clement does not run away. I think Keiko turns, seeing all of this happen. Tanji, what weapons did Tanji have? The butcher's knife. Yeah, I think Clement manages to get away from Tanji first before this happens. Keiko turns, seeing all the scuffling. And it's like, can't you guys take care of that? As from the southeast, we have people approaching who can maybe hear the scuffling. And I think the skeeve, noticing like the blips on his little GPS, is like, let's see tactics. What is the tactics on these guys? Let me figure out what's going on. Tactics, really decent tactics between them. Yeah, they've all got 1 in tactics. I think they're able to tell. I think they might be having a fight. I think they might be trying to kill that guy. This is a good chance to try and cross the river. And during all of this, they're going to try and start crossing the river. They do that. They've got a shotgun. Yeah, I think they're all going to try and get across the river. Let's do it. So, meanwhile, Deadly Alliance tries to cross the river. Get the jump on the triggers. Okay. So let's make some cardio checks for everyone in turn. Starting with the Yamada Tower, who maybe wants to get some revenge. Yamada Tower gets a -7 on the die. That's quite bad. That is... yeah, cardio 0, that's just a sure failure. So, Tower. Sure failure. Kylon. Ooh, that's also bad. -6 on the die, so -5 total. That's also a sure failure. Let's hope Junpei does a little better. Oof. A little better. It's enough to cross the river without issue. Basic success. Okay. So. These guys may suffer a consequence here. In addition to taking fatigue. I think Yamada Tower gets really tired. That sure failure. Kylon also. They are taking some extreme fatigue. Kylon, the alertness pill is actually worn off at this point. So the exhaustion is kicking in. Wouldn't have affected the outcome, but definitely not great. Though I think by this point, adrenaline shot. I think an adrenaline shot would be in play. Would they have used these adrenaline shots? I think they probably all would have taken these shots before crossing the river, because they have exactly 3. So yeah, I'm going to allow that. Adrenaline. +3. So, in the case of Tower, I don't think this would improve anyone's checks here, but it's going to help in the fight to come. Right, let's get this copied to the others. Everyone gets +2 body for now. Cool. All the adrenaline shots are used. Get rid of all these. Let's make sure Mia Cat also gets hers removed. Oh, over here. Okay, so that's not going to affect the outcome of these, but it, you know, it might help in the fight to come. As far as consequences from failing to cross this river, I'm going to say things they might drop. This is for Taro. I'm going to drop something here. It's going to be a ration. The precious final ration has been dropped. Okay, that might be important. Okay, as for Kailan, I think also Kailan probably would have given a medkit to someone. Let's say Junpei. Oh no, Junpei's got one yet. So give a medkit to Taro, so that everyone has one in case, you know, someone needs it. And I'm just saying that that would have happened before this encounter. Right, did I remove a ration? No, I got to write consequences here. So, Yamada Tower has dropped a ration. For Kailan, Uzi, water, ration, medkit. What would have been dropped? It is the medkit. Okay. Gotta punish you if you're gonna try and cross rivers and then fail. Right. But they're all across the river. Some of them getting really exhausted and swept away a bit. Losing stuff. I could just say as the consequence, like, they are heard coming. But I think they were already, like, aware that there were people coming. So it doesn't really make much of a difference. So, yeah. The Taro drops a ration. Kailan drops a medkit. That's happening in the background while this fight's going on. I think Keiko was keeping an eye out. So, Keiko sees this. I think her final action of the round is going to be to try and shoot the rocket launcher in this group. Or I'll say that that's her first action of the next round. She was keeping an eye out, and she's going to get to make this action here before the others. I'm just ruling. And I'm ruling that because Taro and Kailan got a sure failure each, they're going to take a -1. I mean, they're in the river. They're going to take a -2 to their defense. Okay, Junpei is going to be all right. Keiko is going to aim the rocket launcher at the river crossing group. Taro and Kai Lan take -2 to defense as they struggle with the river. Here we go. So, what are the rules that I wrote for how this rocket launcher works? 10-meter splash zone. Would they be spreading out? I think Junpei is probably going to be like in the splash zone. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. So I think Keiko would definitely aim at the creepy skis. She also likes the bomber, so that's something good to know. Any other things happening here with these likes and dislikes? So Takashi hates Koga Katsumi, likes the stoat. As far as our bomber, likes the skis, hates the shrimp. Kai Lan hates the rat, likes the skis. Yeah, okay, nothing really relevant here. So, let's do this thing one at a time. I'm going to have the attack roll first with Keiko. And she is going to aim it directly at Yamada Taro. So, he takes, you know, a greater hit than the others if he is hit. Keiko, let's roll. That's a 7 on the die. What's your ranged there, Keiko? Ooh. Would she have taken the adrenaline shot? She definitely would have. Yep, we're doing that. Everyone's taking their shots if they've got them. Yep, she's the only one who had that. Right. None of this may matter soon. I think there's going to be a large amount of bloody violence shortly. Yeah. Well, it's going to help her shoot. Okay. So, her ranged skill, having taken this adrenaline shot, as this fight starts to go down, I think that may have been her, like, round 1 action, to take the adrenaline shot. So her roll is an 11 total. We're going to resolve potency and all of that in a moment. Taro. I think Kai Lan would try to clash here. I think I'm going to allow that to happen. Maybe... that even makes sense. He's got an Uzi. Yeah, I think he's going to see that, like, this lady's, like, stepped up and is now trying to aim. He's going to try to shoot with the Uzi and throw her off. So that's going to happen. Let's roll for Kai Lan. Ooh, 1 on the die. 1 on the die. What's that total with ranged? Even with the adrenaline shot. Total of 2. Taro. Hope you roll higher. Ooh, no, didn't. That's a 1 on the die. And for Taro, it's just a defense. Which is a total of 3. Okay, we're going to resolve this before Junpei or anything else. We've still got, like, round 2 shit's happening on the other side with Onisiferous Clement. This is just a rocket launcher. Keiko takes a line up, gets Yamada Taro, like, there's a moment where he, like, sees it and then, like, slips in the water. The rocket flies out. Kai Lan nearby, trying to get out of the way. Time seems almost frozen. So, versus Taro. That's 8 excess, plus 10 potency. Gonna resolve that in a moment, narratively. Kylon needs to make his defense separate from his attack. Defense is much better. 8, 9. Access there's 2. 6. Still quite bad. So, the rocket flies out. Taro is just mulched, obliterated, as this huge explosion goes off, loud enough to hear from miles around. The rocket just detonates. You get a slow motion as it hits his face. The whole water, just huge shockwave flies out. Kylon is hit by the bone and metal shrapnel, the force of this explosion. Takes a serious wound. Let's see, where did I put Kylon? Wound. Penalty. So we're going to call that shrapnel. It's these fragments just shred the face of Kylon. He's just like shrapnel in the leg, in the side. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad. 3 harm. That was his clash. So, Junpei now runs up. I think at this range, it's not going to be great. I think there's going to be a -2 to hit with a double barrel shotgun. Hearing the death of Taro. At a distance, he fires the double barrel shotgun. Still coming up like the riverbank here, but it's going to try and catch Keiko off guard. Let's roll that attack. Okay. Total of 5. Terrible scores in body here. The total versus... I think even probably Keiko can beat that. Let's see, defense. Oh yeah, her defense is not too bad. Especially with the adrenaline shot. That's 6. Just edges out. Yeah, none of that shrapnel hits Junpei. Hits Keiko. So, other side of the battle. I think things are not great. They're being attacked on both sides here, the Itchy Triggers. Although Oniciferous Clement is trying to run. I think Yamada Taro feels the kill so close. The blood on the sword is going to try and finish Oniciferous Clement. And I'm going to treat this as another clash. Clement tries to run. Ose tries to attack. As for Tanji, I think Tanji, hearing the others approach, I think he's got a butcher's knife. He's going to try to finish things off quickly. Let's see. I'm going to roll a dice for this. Like 5 or less, he's going to stay. Okay, yeah. I think Clement tries to run. Ose tries to attack. Tanji tries to attack. So this is just going to be one big clash. We can resolve it this way. Okay. Clement actually rolled pretty good here. Cardio. One. We've got 9 total for Clement. Osei scores 7. It's a failure. Tanji 7 also failure. Clement is able to escape into the trees. Osei and Tanji turn their attention back. Turn their attention back to the group attacking from the southwest. Alrighty. So, that would be round 2. Round 3. So, we are down to... with the itchy triggers, we have Keiko, Tanji, and Osei versus Kailan and Junpei. I'm just going to randomize this and see who gets to act first in this order, now that we're in more of an actual, like, combat situation. Right, we've got Junpei, Keiko, Osei, Tanji, and Kailan. Just in terms of, like, how I'm gonna, like, see how this all goes out. It's worth noting, the Itchy Triggers outnumber the Deadly Alliance, but their weapons are way worse. They're basically just stuck with melee weapons now. Keiko has nothing left, because Clement escaped. Whereas Kailan is in a bad shape, but he has an Uzi, and Junpei has a barrel shotgun, which he's going to use to try and take off Keiko's head. Junpei shoots at Keiko. Keiko do? Having no weapon. Maybe just try to run and put some distance. Yeah. Keiko, who tries to run. I'm just going to make this a cardio check, and I'm going to call this her action. And she's actually going to try and, like, run away, like, just leave her group to fight in her place, possibly, or just, like, scatter, get out of this dangerous situation. Because she has no weapons left. I'm going to delete the rocket launcher right off her sheet. That's gone now. Got nothing left, Keiko. Still full of adrenaline, though, which might help her run. Right. Let's make this attack with Junpei versus Keiko. This clash, I should say. Okay. Be similar on the dice. So. Cardio. I'm gonna allow her to just use defense. Yeah, no, this is cardio. So her total is 8. Junpei got a 7 on the dice with ranged, and I am giving him a further -2 because of the distance. I'm imagining, like, she is literally running, so I'm seeing in my head that, like, he's not closing the distance unless he can make this shot. Stop her running. So, that is a total of 5, 3. 3 versus 8. Not great. Yeah, she's just going to be able to run. Keiko is able to run. You killed the Yamato Tower, the skis. Junpei misses like shit. So that's both of their actions now. Next is Osei. Osei and Tanji, I think... what would they try to do? I think they need to like run over and see what's happening. They can hear guns and shit going off. Ose is going to be pretty mad. I think Ose is definitely going to get into this fight. Let's see what happens with Ose before we resolve Tanji. I think Ose is going to run up. Try to like get into range with Junpei. And I'm going to say because of the distance between them, that's going to be like the turn. Ose runs up to Junpei. Tanji. Let's see if these guys can actually perceive that Keiko has run away. I don't think Ose cares, but Tanji is going to make this check. Terrible failure. No. I think Tanji is going to try and let's see, Tanji. Yeah, I think Tanji's going to join the fray. Also, is going to run up to Junpei. They've got numbers right now, and I think his instinct is to just like get to his group, stick with his group. So that's what's going to happen there. Kai Lan emerges from the river. What's the range on the Uzi there? Also pretty bad range. I think he's going to just be able to... I mean, if Tanji and Ose are like getting up to melee range with Junpei, I think Kai Lan is going to be able to take a shot at them without penalty. And shoots at Ose or Tanji. It's going to be... that was Ose. Ose, okay. Shoots at Ose. So... that's a +1. So just 1 versus what is Ose's defense? 1. Ooh, we got a struggle here. Okay. Is that right? No. Ose wins. Whoops. 1 versus 5. I was looking at the wrong part of the sheet. Okay. Yeah, failure there. We're going to go to round 4. Let's randomize this list again. I'm taking Keiko off the list because she's basically leaving the fight at this point, trying to hide. Fuck this list. Okay. Randomize. We got Junpei going first, then Kai Lan, then Ose, then Tanji. Junpei first again. Alright. So, Junpei, I think, has taken 2 shots with the shotgun at this point. Let me check that. Because I did forget to keep track of, like, how many shots they've been using. In terms of needing to reload. That is a downside of these ranged weapons, which are getting used for the first time. Kai Lan has taken 1. Let's see. Now 2, now 3. Kai Lan is almost empty. Oh no. 2 sprays left. Can spray 2 shots at a -1 to ammo. Not going to do that just yet. Junpei has taken how many shots? First double barrel shotgun. Yeah, he's... The double barrel shotgun is now empty. So that presents a predicament, because there are now 2 people in melee attacking Junpei. He's going to try and back off and reload. That's his action. Popping 2 of his spare shells back into the shotgun. But still in melee. So, now Kai Lan gets to go. And I think he's going to use this spray, possibly, with the Uzi. Yeah. Yep. Kai Lan sprays with the Uzi. Shooting at Ose. Didn't go super great. Let's see. Who is he going to shoot at? Try and shoot at Tanji instead. Maybe an easier target as Tanji goes in with the knife. 2 attacks, each at -1. Let's resolve this first one. Ooh. That's 8 on the die. So, ranged. Total of 9 to hit, or 8 to hit. What is Tanji's defense? Defense is total of 10. Total of 10, what am I talking about? Total of 3. So the first is a +6 to hit. Second is and 4. 5 with the penalty. Uzi -1, 3. 3 versus 5. So the first hits, the second doesn't. First was a +5 to hit. We're going to add that to our potency here. And the Uzi, which is 8. Yeah, I think that's definitely a serious wound. Kai Lan themselves suffering from horrible shrapnel injuries. But as Tanji rushes forward with the butcher knife, trying to hit Junpei, he does get sprayed with the Uzi, taking a couple of bullets in the side. So, bullets through side. That's 3 harm. That is a wound to Tanji. Everyone's adrenaline's the fuck up. Tanji gets shot through the side with the Uzi. Ose is going to try and swing towards Junpei, the original target. Very angry now, having lost the opportunity to kill that snivelly little psychopath bastard. I'd say he wants to get at least 1 kill on this island. It's permission to kill. He has to get a kill. Ose swings for Junpei. 8 versus Junpei's 7, because Junpei has 0. Rolled high, but has 0 in defense. So that's just a basic success, my friend. Kai Lan. I have to check something. Alright. All good. I was just trying to remember if I'd forgotten something else. Right. So, the Murasame damage is a 5. So, 6 excess. That is going to be just a sure success here. But that's still a wound. Would that be? I think it's a slice right up almost through the armpit. Oh, it's not a wound actually, it's just minor injuries, so yeah. He does get sliced near the armpit. It's not that deep though. Not deep enough to cause a wound. But 2 harm is quite a lot of harm. That is an injury that would definitely make you scream in real life. He takes 2 minor injuries as he's deeply slashed. If this were a normal game, I might say he also gets bleeding, but we're not dealing with that here. Right. Tanji. Is Tanji going to try and help out attacking same target, Junpei? Or is Tanji going to go for... Yeah, Tanji's going to go for the person that shot him. Tanji's going to go and try to fight Kailan. Tanji goes to stab Kailan. It's all going down. Where the fuck my other dice go? We've got a total of 5. What's this? Kailan's defense 0, so it's just a 3. Yes. And I think, like, Kailan's fingers get slashed from this knife. And we're going to see if Kailan can stay on their feet right now, because between the shrapnel and this, it's a lot of pain happening. Just write this down. Kailan slashed with 1 minor injury. Pain check. That's going to be a... Yeah, 4 versus 4. Just equal on the die. That's bad. That's a sure failure. How am I going to resolve this? I knew I shouldn't have closed my main. I'm going to use the just the main rules for this. When a person goes down, what does happen? Because there's a whole system for this, and it's just easier to reference these rules. Armor wounds, appearance of pain threshold. Jesus Christ, this section of the book needs cleaning up badly. Right. Downed on a sure failure, incapacitated. On a critical failure, out cold. Okay. So that was a sure failure. So Kailan is incapacitated by pain. Defense is set to -10. Kailan is like reeling on the ground, like, ah! By this. Just, it like sliced up through a nerve in the finger and it's just set him off. For this moment, has like fallen to the ground. Okay. Next phase. Where did my randomness go? Kailan is lucky because Kailan is going first in the next round. We're on round 5 of this combat. And the only thing Kailan can do on their turn is make a pain check, really. Does that happen? Turn start? Yeah. What I thought. Make a better roll this time. A better roll is achieved. That's enough. Successfully losing capacity. So I think Pylon struggles back from the ground. Stab at Tanji. What am I thinking? Saying stab? Shoot. That's what Kylon would do, but there's no bullets left in the gun. I don't think in this situation Kylon would try to maybe try to wrestle the knife away from Tanji? Yeah. Try and wrestle the knife from Tanji. And I'm going to say, on a basic success, you can do that. Any further successes can also make a stab with the knife. So let's just make a melee check here. In fact, we can just call this a clash. Melee versus melee. So Kylon gets 3. 3 versus... 3 versus 4. Interesting. Okay. So Kylon loses this clash. Tanji is going to be able to make their attack here. It's the defense for Kylon. So, Kylon is able to successfully defend. They're kind of just like struggling with the knife right now, I'm imagining. As they fight over the knife, Junpei has the weapon reloaded now. And is going to try and shoot at Osei. Who was it that had their fingers cut off? It was Onisifer's clan. I will take away from this. No. Oops. I put that on Osei Takashi. Would that have affected anything? No, it wouldn't have. Important to check. So I was looking at one of the sheets going, I'm sure he had an injury. Yeah, Tanji is the one with bullets. Anyway, we're going to do Junpei here versus Osei. Clash. I'm not going to give any like penalties or anything for distance like that. It's just going to be clash. It's a 5 versus 9 on the die. Let's jump in here. So it's just 5 versus... Osei... Well... Osei is going to be winning that clash. Let's have Junpei make a defense check. 1 on the defense. That's not very good. Also going to be using a shot there, buddy. Even though you failed the clash, it's still a shot. Right. 1 on the fence. Junpei has barely any defense to begin with. We're also going to add... Yeah. As Junpei brings the shotgun up, Osei closes in way too close. Swings up in an arc with the sword. 1 second, Osei is holding the shotgun. The next, the arms fall in a huge spray of claret. With the next swing, Osei takes off the head of Junpei Kageyama, the bomber. Junpei Kageyama, the bomber. Number 9. Let's get this all written down. What the hell's my bloody... my fucking table of contents? I'm just doing this so I don't have to write names. Yeah, there's been some big combats today. So, Osei slices off Junpei's arms, and the shotgun clatters to the ground. As Junpei loses their head. We're gonna resolve. Wow, there's still more to go. There's still more to go. That was round 5. Round 6. This has been a very interesting fight because of like the way it's been approached and like ranged versus melee, the disadvantages of melee of ranged once the melee have gone up close, once the bullets have needed to be reloaded. But I'm going to say like Osei can now just take the shotgun if they want to, as you know, for the next turn. But I think they're doing pretty well with the Murasame. I don't think they're going to be needing a shotgun. Okay. Who is going to be going up next? Round 6. Yeah, 6. Tanji. Now seeing their friend covered in blood. Bit shocked at how easily they cut down this person. Maybe. Yeah. Kailan is now outnumbered. No weapon. Covered in blood. Both allies dead. What would Kailan do in this moment? Maybe a last desperate resort? Oof, I don't know. I'm gonna roll for it. 5 or below, he's gonna try and negotiate. No, he's gonna go... Well, he's not gonna go down fight, he's gonna try and win. I've got to resolve this grapple. With the knife. Tanji and Kailan are gonna clash again. They struggle over the knife. Clash. Okay. Could be a win for Kailan. It's a 10 on the die. There's Tanji. Junpei is dead. Alright, Tanji's melee is a 1. Yeah. So it's just a basic success here. So Kailan wrenches the knife from Tanji's hands. That's both of their actions this turn. Meanwhile, I think Osei, given the circumstances, is going to be able to get at least a +1 on their attack versus Kailan. Right. 3, 4, 12. Where is this? Nylons. 2. Pylon, who is already struggling to stay on their feet, as they manage to grab the knife and pull it away from Tanji, he's like triumphant, going ah, and goes to plunge it into Tanji's neck or something. And as Tanji raises their hand up, a knife, or rather a blade, a dark blade protrudes through Kylon's chest. They look down. Shing is pulled out. And as Kylon turns, they see Osei. Just the tiniest smile, invisible to Tanji, just the tiniest smile crosses Osei's face. That is the last thing Kylon sees. Okay. That is the Deadly Alliance wiped out in one bloody battle. We have lost Kylon. Rather, in order. Let's do this in order. Yamato Taro, the skis, Junpei Kageyama the bomber, and Kylon the serpent. Dead. Okay. We've been streaming for 3 hours now, but I think we're fairly close to finishing this thing completely. So I'm going to keep going. I want to see this thing brought to a close. I should probably take at least a 5-minute break after. But let's finish resolving this. So Osei and Tanji stand there. Bloodied? Are they even bloodied? Let's see. Yeah, Tanji's pretty shot the fuck up. And I think immediately... Immediately he's going to at least use his own medkit to resolve that situation. Reducing that harm. We're going to take away the alertness. This was just the morning. Yeah, day 5 is gonna be bloody. I think they're panting and Tanji's like, Jesus, fuck. You got shot? Yeah, I got fucking shot right through the side. Jesus. They used the medkit to patch up Tanji there. But now, the two of them, I think at some point Tanji's like, where did Keiko go during all that? She dead? Osei's like, I don't know. Maybe she fell into the river. I heard the rocket go off. I don't see the skis anywhere. I think that might have been what happened there. I'm going to say, by the way, the skis, all that stuff got blown up in the river. The GPS tracking device, medkit, that stuff is lost. If it wasn't blown up, then it's lost down the river. Yeah, Keiko has gone off somewhere. Osei and Tanji collect the remains. Keiko has run off somewhere. Though I think Keiko is like, she have just fled the situation, leaving them to their fates? Or would she try and now worm her way back in? Yeah, I think she's going to try and worm her way back in. That's what she does. I'm going to just make a deception check right now for reasons. +3. +6. 6 deception versus insight of 2. Hanji's insight of -2. On the inside. So Keiko emerges from the riverbank, kind of crawling her way up, looking around for enemies. Oh, are they all gone? I got blown down the river. That guy, he swung at me. I got thrown. And she sees the bloodied bodies. Oh God, Tanji, are you okay? Rushes over to help. And yeah, Keiko is still in the group. And conceivably didn't try to just run away. She basically like looped around, kind of watched, and then like re-emerged herself. Because of that great deception. So, let's resolve who gets what in terms of all of this stuff. Yamadotaro is just getting deleted. Junpei Kageyama had a fair bit of stuff. Double barrel shotgun with a spare shot there. 3 rations, a medkit. Kailan had an Uzi. Gonna reload that. Okay. Onesiphorus Clement has vanished off into the woods. Oh, maybe I should have had Clement meet up with Keiko, but nah, I don't think she ran that far. So now we're going to delete all of these. Y'all are dead. Sorry, guys. That is Ichidake Island. Okay. I could postpone this for a final battle, but it's just one left. I don't know. If I take like a short, 10-minute break and then press on and finish this. Let's divvy up these items first, though. I think we're gonna just roll kind of a contested persuasion check here, and then I'm gonna say like, in order of highest to lowest, who gets to like choose what they get. Who gets preferential choice? So Osei. Divvying up items. Persuasion. Rolls. Osei gets 12. Hanji, 4. Keiko, 8. Okay. And let's remove these shot. Body back down. The other people who had shots got shot, so we don't need to worry about them anymore. So I think Osei gets first pick of the weapons, but maybe isn't necessarily interested in like guns. Let's just put all this out on a spread so we can see what we've got. got 5 rations. 2 water bottles. Med kit. Uzi and a double barrel shotgun. In terms of rations, we're just going to split them up equally. Keiko's going to take 2 rations. Tanji's going to take 1 ration. Osei's going to take 2 rations. So the chances of eating the cyanide are now back down. Okay. I'm not going to worry about the water. I'm going to give Osei the 3 bottles for now. I think the med kit... I think all the med kits are probably going to get used. All their medical supplies are just going to get used on the curing Tanji's bullet wounds. Or at least drugging the shit out of them. These are very, very fancy medical kits, so yeah. That's how I'm ruling it. Tanji's been all patched up, and by the time they have another encounter, should be feeling a lot. So we just have the Uzi and the double barrel shotgun. But I think Osei doesn't actually necessarily want these. He's enjoying the katana. And it's reasonable to let these guys pick. So I think, yeah, Keiko's going to get the double barrel shotgun. Feels right as well. Put this over here as a ranged equipment. Man, that shotgun hasn't shot a single person yet. Hopefully Keiko can have better luck with it. Tanji is going to get the Uzi. Yeah, man. That's everything in terms of divvying up the items. The medkits are used on Tanji's wound. Keiko takes the shotgun. Tanji takes the Uzi. Osei sticks with the sword. Cool. Right, I'm going to take a break here. I'm going to take a few minutes, and then we are going to smash through this tonight. We're going to see the end of this. Right. I'll be back in a minute. I had to take a bit of a longer break because my eyes are so damn tired, and give my brain a few minutes. Is there anything else needs resolving in the morning phase? Man, this is it. Yep, everyone's going to be forced into the middle. Okay. So let's check all our rules. I think we're good. Okay. So, day 6. We're on day 6, right? Day 5. It's round 6 I was thinking of. Day 5, evening. As the sun begins to set on Ichidake Island. We are going to draw our last danger zones. It's pretty predictable. As the announcement rings out over the speakers. Finally, you're getting off your lazy, good-for-nothing butts and taking out the trash like you should be doing. Making the world a better place. And in the background, I'm going to make one of those checks again, see how the public perception is swinging. Predictable. The hubbub is dying down. The clamor giving way. Entertainment. Maybe some of those people finding their eyes drawn to the violence. But soon all this will be over and one of you worthless maggots is gonna get to run free. Who's it gonna be? Work hard, and it might be you. Fail, and we won't be seeing you again. As he announces the final 2 danger zones, pushing everyone towards the middle. Is it even worth making more perception checks at this point? Survival checks? To a certain extent. Yeah. Delete Kailan and Junpei. We're not going to be needing you guys. So let's just refresh. I want to see all of our groups and all of our people. So we've got the hot and unlucky group. Is that what I called them? This is important stuff. Yeah, hot and unlucky. The Hot Springs group. Deadly Alliance is gone now. So, our final contestants. We have Hot and Unlucky, consisting of number 7, Miyake Haruka, the Stout. Number 15, Parker Gregory, the Gaigokujin. Number 16, Aoki Akemi, the Survivor. Number 13, Koga Katsumi, Cute Capybara. And number 14, Adachi Koji, the Pianist. Largest group. We've been grouping up since the start. We have the Itchy Triggers, number 10, Osei Takashi, or Takeshi, the Fighter. 11, Tanji Kunio, the Dart Thrower. And number 12, Kano Keiko, the Gambler. And as our sole solo psychopath, number 2, Onicephalus Clement. Okay. Everyone gonna be heading towards the middle. I'm gonna just let Onicephalus go first. Let's do it in order of small to large groups here. Because Onicephalus kind of has the initiative here. Technically still in this hex. Onicephalus has a chance to do some stuff. I think it's gonna try and lurk. Ooh, I mean, maybe Onicephalus would just try and hide to the very end. I think that's likely. Try and come out at the very end and win. Ooh. Okay, that's what's happening. Yep. Makes to hide for the very end. The Itchy Triggers, having patched their wounds, found new weapons. Head towards the center. And just because I think he would have eaten at some point before the evening, I'm gonna have Osei, make one final check to see if he eats that ration. 1 to 3 on the random generator, because Osei has 3 rations. One of them is poison. On a 1, Osei eats the ration. How long does potassium cyanide take effect? My Google search results are going to be fucked. Within minutes, yeah. That's what I thought. It's not a slow kill. Okay, let's roll. Three. No potassium cyanide is eaten. I have everyone eat their rations at this point. I don't think I'm going to need to necessarily bother with this as long as everyone's got a ration. We don't need to worry about that anymore as everyone trudges towards their final destination. I think Adachi Koji and Koga Katsumi, they're going to be able to remove their thirst at this point, because they will have found some water with the other group, I believe. It's worth checking, actually. Does anyone have spare water in that group? I think we're going to need to just make a few checks to see if they can at least find some water. Because otherwise these guys are fucked. If at least one of them can find some water, they're fine. Gonna roll until at least one person gets a 7 on their perception. Not you, Adachi. Koga, can you come through? Nope. Miyake Haruka, do you have what it takes? Nope. Parker Gregory, do you have what it takes? Nope. Aoki Akemi, do you have what it takes to find water in the wilderness? It's one so far. +4. Failure. No. No, they do not. Nobody is able to find water from the group. So, there were people with water already. I think they had maybe one full water bottle. No. No, I think, yeah. Thirst. Starvation. Starvation is removed. For Adachi Koji. But thirst. I think they'd be able to share around the water a little bit. Would they really all just let these guys not drink? I think, like, it's not that they're not allowed to drink, but, like, between the group, the thirst situation is pretty bad, and these guys are the ones taking the hit. Those guys all had their own water bottles that were full. And they're probably still kind of, like, keeping most of it for themselves, because none of them were able to find water, and they're now all low on water. So, group is unable to find more water, leaving many of them dehydrated. Everyone is empty on water. None of this is going to matter soon. But it does mean that some of them are going to be taking some severe dehydration penalties going into the finale. Right. As we cross off our final dead zones. Who is going to win? Ichidake Island. Find out now. I need some better music than this, though. What is this Shiba Shop shit? It's fine. It's celebratory. We all love Ichidake. It's a wonderful celebration. Public support begins to wane. As people on social media indulge in the sudden violence the morning of day 5. So, shall we get on to our day 5 evening encounters? I think we might be calling for some tactics checks as we set up this final mission. I'm going to have everyone in the Hot Springs group make a check with their tactics. Or their strategy, or their game theory. Okay. Everyone makes tactics game theory rolls. Miyake. Let's just make single dice rolls for this. Make it easy. 6 plus 3. 9. Mark Gregory. 8. Alki. 3. Koga. 5 on game theory. Because that might come into play. Most of them are just rolling tactics. Dachi. 0. Oniciferous Clement. 7. Get everyone in order as well. I don't need to bother with this. Osei. 6. 37. Tanji. 4. Keiko. 9. Yeah. So Keiko and Miyake up there with the good tactics scores. I think they're out there sort of trying to survey and find good ground, good places to hide. Overall, it doesn't balance out in any way that anyone's going to have a particular advantage here. Both of them are aware of the third party. Both of them have had encounters with Oniciferous Clement. And so I think neither of them are going to want to like head in and get tied up in a combat before they can see everything. And ideally they want Clement to have to like show himself. I think we should also make stealth checks. Let's do that now. And then we'll have everyone roll a perception check as well. And I think this I can probably like roll 10 dice or whatever. It's gonna be easier to do. Ultroni, roll multiple dice. I want to be able to like show all these dice rolls separately. I could probably just roll 10d10 or whatever. It's probably going to be easier. Okay. So we've got how many people total? 9 left. Let's just roll 9d10. Jeez. Okay. Do all this, and I can use this again in a sec. Right. Get our character sheets up so I can add their numbers. Stealth, Clement gets a 7. Osei 6. Anji. Zero. Keiko. 11. I know I'm doing this in weird order. I'm just going through my sheets as I have them here. 6. And yes, some people have scored... have really bad scores, like negative scores here. Stealth, 0. That's 8 for Alki. Koga with the 3. Dachi with none. And then do that again for perception checks. I wouldn't necessarily do this all the time, but, you know, going into our finale, I think this is going to give us the information we need to see how everything looks. This is going to be very clutch. Back to Clement. This is perception. Two plus 5. Why isn't this music playing? It's run out again. Do we have anything dark to play? Dare I put on some royalty-free operatic music? No. This hasn't gotten me cancelled so far, so I'm just going to keep going with this. Jose. 7. Nanji. 10. Keiko. 9. Miyake. 9. Actually has some decent perception. Despite all the penalties. Half these people have just got negatives and everything now. 8. For 7. Alki. The 2. Just 2. Koga. 1. 6, 7. I have fucked this up along the way somewhere. Someone's gotten the wrong roll, but whatever. -2 perception. That's the 8. Calling it a 6. I definitely screwed up somewhere along the way, but it, you know, it's roughly fair. As long as it's random and I'm not determining it, I don't really care. Okay. So, I mostly want to see if they can spot Clement. So, there are definitely a couple of people with checks high enough. But considering Clement is like staying really well stealthed, staying hidden, I think they definitely know he's here, not where exactly. So it would be like a +4 in the base rule. So technically no one's quite found it. But considering how low Alki rolled, No, let's just check there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going with this. Considering how low Aoki rolled, I think the itchy triggers are able to figure out where this other group is. Numbers can be a disadvantage sometimes. They at some point in the night, I think, or as the evening falls, I think Koga has a really bad sneeze she can't suppress. And go, choo! And it just echoes out. It's like, damn it. Yeah. We'll see how that goes. The rest of the group are not happy, but yeah. I wonder if Clement is able to contain their patience. Or no, I'm sticking with it. Like, I think they're going to come in at some opportune time. Or inopportune time. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. I think probably within the group as well, there might be some concerns. There might be some people wanting to take each other out, thin the herd ahead of time. But with these groups, considering like the people that were really hated are kind of gone, like the rat is gone, I think they're probably going to all want to just take their chances within their own groups and try to survive. So I think it's just going to end up as a big fucking combat at the end of this. If everyone's delaying, I wonder what they would do. I think as the sun falls, it probably hits about 8 o'clock. The sun falls. And as it hits about 8 p.m., General Tano's voice rings out. Well, since you all seem so reluctant to end the game, let me give you a hand. As a special one-off, tonight, as midnight falls, we will be ending the game. If there is any more than one of you left alive, at the time of midnight, everyone's collars go off. The final dead zone is where you stand right now. As they all look around at each other, blood draining from their faces, knowing that this is it. This has all come to this. Midnight, everything ends. They steel themselves, knowing this is it. They have to kill or be killed. So, various groups close in on the middle. And, as the itchy triggers now know the location of the other group. Oh, look. Some pretty bad stealth checks over here. I think they all know where they are. Oh, I was looking at the perception checks. Koga's stealth was still pretty bad. But yeah, I think they generally all know where they are, except for Clement. That just makes sense to me. I could go through why, but you know. Anyway. Like it's the fog of war. Like soldiers. They all begin to line up behind trees and other cover, advancing. Trying to take each other out at long range, if possible. Many of them have very short-range weapons, though. Double-barrel shotguns, Uzis, throwing knives, scythes, pot lid, a hand grenade. No one has anything particularly good. It's long-range stuff. Let's see. What were the best weapons in here for long range? I didn't really put many in. I didn't put the sniper rifle in. For a good reason. Probably the rocket launcher would have been the best. Yeah. Okay. So, I'm going to say that, like, if they're facing each other across this, like, wide terrain, it's going to be like a -4 penalty to hit things, because these are all very short-range weapons, and I imagine there's, like, a lot of space between them. It's basically like, you know, if it's up to 12 meters, no penalty. 12 to 24 meters, -2, and so on. With the maximum range of about 60 meters. So, sometimes it's going to be a very big penalty. And they don't have much ammo. But they are going to all get in close. Let's make a little thing here so that I can have everyone on the initiative using this. Gonna make it easier as we move forward. I'm gonna just have everyone roll general initiative. And Clement's probably not gonna do anything, but it's on there. Okay. Final battle. Round 1. First up, Parker. Parker, seeing someone or something poke their head out from behind a tree. Parker has only 3 throwing knives. I think he's going to try and throw one. Wonder how close they all get first. Because they just... As the sun is setting, they see these shadowed shapes behind trees. People they don't know. Maybe the shadow makes it easier to kill when you can't see someone's face. I think Adachi and Koga are just out here trying to survive. I think many of them are. Well, I guess that's a point. Well, maybe... I wonder what they would do if they were going pure pacifist at this point, before the fight even starts. If pushed to violence, yeah, I think everyone's pushed to violence at this point. Parker, what are you gonna do? Who do you see? Let's roll 1 to 3 to see who you see. Who? So in terms of numbers, that's Tanji. Person with bandages sticking out. Wounded. Maybe easy to kill? Parker, from a distance of about 30 meters, is going to try and throw a knife. One knife, just to start things out, I think. This is just going to be... I think they're all sticking together as a group. Yeah, Parker's just going to take a pot shot almost with the throwing knife here. Against Tanji. They might get lucky. -4 to use a distance. This is going to be a big fucking combat. Terrible. Yeah, I don't think that's even worth looking at. Ranged. What's Tanji's defense? Unless it's, yeah, no. Misses. As a knife flies out of the dark towards Tanji, who feels the rush of wind, and then something thuds into the tree. Keiko is going to lean out from behind the tree and take aim for a pot shot. I think we're going to call this almost like a ranged round. Takes a pot shot with the shotgun. -4. Who is going to get targeted from the other group? Who sticks their nose out? Number 1. Characters. They're in numerical order. So that is Miyake Haruka. See, someone's got to land something eventually. -3 though, so no. Pretty sure that's going to miss. -2. Wow. Just due to the sheer terribleness of Miyake's defense, I think she might get hit here. So -3, so -1 to hit. Yeah, she's got a -3 defense. Hits 2 excess. Did I take into account? No, I didn't take into account the distance. Misses. I think Osei is going to try and use his action to creep closer. Then let him roll the stealth. Ooh, that's terrible. Steps on a twig, on a branch. Because Osei just has a katana. Clement does nothing. Hides and watches. Sadistic bastard that they are. Adachi. I don't think Adachi has the guts to throw a grenade at someone yet. I don't know. No, I don't think. I think Adachi does nothing right now. Koga, with only the pot lid. Think. Takes a defensive stance. Here, Adachi. Hanji. It's going to take a pot shot with the Uzi. At... Marker Gregory. Makes sense. Not good. It's gonna miss. Getting used up. Do I note down these shots? One knife down. Okay. Aoki. Creeps forward. Much like our Murasame boy. Let's roll stealth. It's kind of cocked. 1-7. Okay, it's a 4 now. Also a miserable failure. And Miyake. Just the binoculars there with Miyake. I think she's going to kind of creep forward with Aoki. Both creep forward and fail to stay hidden. Okay. So not much happening in the first round. But people are gonna start getting closer, closing in towards each other now. Let us randomize our second round. Parker going first again. I guess he has good initiative in an imaginary sense, because I'm not adding anything to these rolls. Ah, I can't see my damn thing. Get that working. There we go. Right. Round 2. I think everyone's a bit closer now. Maybe not quite into close range. But it's going to be like -2s at this distance, I think. Because no one wants to get like super close. Wow. I think at this point, with like some of the melee people creeping forward, it might get to there. Maybe I can arrange these characters roughly to show their positions. I think that makes sense. Ooh, maybe what I can do is put us on a different map. Do I have any such map? Probably do. Let's find a battle map real quick. Forest clearing battle map. I mean, it's pretty out in the open here. I don't think we need to have a battle map or anything like that. I just want some rough positions. Let's put them over here. Just to represent where we are on this final hex. So, Adachi and Koji were 13 and 14. They were hanging out with Miyake. That's perfect. Okay. We've got Parker and Aoki. I'm imagining these guys are kind of on the right-hand side, taking cover, hiding here. Aoki and Miyake were heading forward. Ose was heading forward. I'm imagining Onyxifrus is kind of over here like this. Who's number 15? Parker Gregory's sort of taking pot shots from back here in cover. But this guy's going to get close and go into some melee soon, I imagine. Okay. But they can all see where, like, Ose is, so I think, Parker Gregory, who's number 15, is going to try and close in and take another shot. This one's going to be at -2. Takes a shot. Ose, -2. Am I crazy? Am I thinking he's got a gun when he doesn't? Oh, he's got the throwing knives. Yeah. He's gonna take a shot with -2, Ose. What do you try and just close the gap? I think... I think narratively he's still a bit of a distance here. Right, let's roll. Throw in that dagger. Don't think that's going to hit. It's just an equal. With the penalty, it's probably not going to. Ose's got 2 defense. Parker's got 1 ranged. No, misses. Speaking of Ose, Ose is going to go in and attack the nearest person they can see. One of these 3 at least. Don't think it's going to be Parker because he had a ranged with the knife. It's going to be 16 or 7. Let's roll. 1 or 2. It's going to be number 7. Miyake. It's going to try and come in and cut Miyake. Oh yeah, did anyone have any adrenaline shots? Because I think if they do, they will have used them. Most of them have been used. Oh, Koga Katsumi had 2 adrenaline shots. Alki had an adrenaline shot as well. She's definitely going to use that. Okay. I think Koga's going to use one of her own adrenaline shots. Even though that's terrible when you're thirsty, it's what she's going to do. Increasing her body to 2 for this final fight. Who would she give the final one to? Probably Adachi. Yep, probably. We'll see how that goes. Right. Ose goes in with the katana. Attacking Miyake. Ooh, terrible roll. But Miyake has terrible stats, so let's see. That's a 5. This is a 2. Wow. With the -4. What was that? 4 versus 2, I believe. Uh, 5 versus 2. Okay. Swings to Miyake, who emerges from the trees. Running. 5 versus 2. And are we gonna clash here? Yeah, this would be a clash. Yep. So let's allow Miyake to make a defense now separately. 2 -3 is -1. 5 versus -1. But that's before we add the potency, so it's actually a 10 versus a -1. Miyake is already pretty fucked up. Oh yeah, did this group have any medkits that I ignored? Before we go in here. Before we commit. No, I would have used them already. So, as Miyake stumbles in this injured state, skinned hand, I think, would say is fully given into the bloodlust at this point. Swings and cuts off Miyake's arm. Miyake has no weapons. He's just running in with her fists. Just pure perseverance. As she holds the stump of her arm for 1 second, looks back at Aoki, and goes, "Finish it. Survive." And Miyake falls down, say now turning his eyes to Aoki. Miyake, dead. She falls to the ground, bleeding out from her stomach. Forced into the game. Now no longer. It's the first of the final battle to die. Dachi. I think Parker yells over, "You two gonna help out or not? Someone just died." I think Adachi hears this, sees the melee happening, sees the grenade in their hand, realizes it's now or never. Adrenaline coursing through their system. Adachi is going to throw the grenade towards the tree line, where Keiko and the other one, Keiko and Tanji, still hide. Trying to catch as many of them as possible in the grenade's blast, trying to end it quickly. Wonder if they'd be spread out at this point, Tanji and Keiko. Probably not, probably together. I don't think Adachi's going to necessarily be able to throw it so accurately that it's in one of their spaces, but we'll see. If it hits one of them, it'll be able to get the other in the kind of extended blast. I'm going to say that if this, like, misses by a basic success, it's going to hit one of them in the extended blast, but not both of them. If it's anything worse than a basic success, it's just going to miss. So here we go. Okay. So Adachi throws. It's an 8. Throws a grenade to the tree line where Keiko and Tanji are. Eight. Tanji has a defense of 1. Really, really bad. Was it so bad? I'm just curious. 3 levels of exhaustion, that's why. And Adachi, although has wounds, well, from thirst, they have no levels of exhaustion. Okay, that explains it. I just wanted to be sure, because this is the finale here. Right, Keiko gets an 8. So the same as... same as Adachi's attack. Keiko defense 8. Didn't write down what one was. So 3 minus 2 is a 1. Okay. Tanji's 1. Am I going to give any penalties for distance? Yeah, it's a 12-meter effective range. I think, though, they're sort of closing in there, sort of closing the gaps now, so I'm going to give this just a -2. So... giving this a 6. They're probably about 20 meters away or something like that, as Adachi is kind of rushing in to throw this grenade. So, with that in mind, I'm going to randomly determine who was the target, and that may change things here. So, the target was Tanji, rolled a 1. So, 6 versus 1. 5 excess. And that is a direct hit, even with the penalty. 8 potency for that, for being like right on the target. I think the grenade roll like lands. Tanji hears something as they like, lower the nose of the Uzi for a second and look down, and it's a grenade right there. Which is plus 8 potency, so 13 success. And it just goes off. Tanji is blown to pieces by the grenade. Keiko is able to dive out of the way. And I think seeing Tanji get blown up like this, she of course wants to grab his Uzi. So that's what Keiko will be doing. Because 2 guns are better than 1. Especially 2 guns where one of them still has ammo. Okay. Lemon is just loving this. He's McDonald'sing out. Let me see. I think I said... I did say with a basic failure, it might still hit with the extended radius. I did say that. I did say that. Yeah, and it makes sense that Keiko's in the blast radius. Her defense was an 8. So 6 versus 8. -2. So 4 excess because it's 6 potency in the extended radius. She's going to take some minor injuries from shrapnel. Okay. Nothing major. Koga doesn't have any weapons, but if she doesn't act now, she's just going to be watching everyone die. So she goes in with her pot lid, rushing into melee, with well, heading after Miyake and the much braver Aoki. Rushes into melee towards Ose with the pot lid. I think she's kind of been almost hanging out at the back, but seeing this, seeing Adachi going in with the grenade, seeing Miyake get cut down and Aoki going into fight, I think she decides to go in herself, and I think she's able to close into melee this round, and I'm going to let her make an attack against Ose with the pot lid. Ose has already used his action, so he can't clash. Wow. That's a really good roll, +7. So what's her base attack? 1. So it's an 8. Versus Ose's 2. I think she runs in, seeing this, screaming, and bashes Ose right in the face with a pot lid. Never seen anything like it from this girl. The pot lid gives 1. Okay. So 7 excess. That's going to be a sure success. 2 minor injuries. As Ose nearly has their jaw broken by the sudden power of this pot lid. Not expecting it, kind of lost in the bloodlust. Holding this legendary blade. Doesn't expect to be laid low by a fucking pot lid, but nearly is. Taking 2 minor injuries. But I think his attention is going to be turned to Koga next. Bashes Ose in the face. in the jaw, knocking him away from Miyake's body. Keiko grabs Tanji's Uzi, leaving her a little bit more still at the back. Let's just delete dead participant here. Rushes over, grabs the Uzi. I think is able to support Osei from the back, though this fight is not necessarily going well. Yelling, "Osei, get back!" Trying to make a shot towards... I think would it be Aoki with a double barrel shotgun, or would it be Koga? Let's roll. Find out. Aoki. Okay. Makes a pot shot towards Aoki. That's 2 to hit. Range. Is she going to take a shot with the shotgun or the Uzi? See the stats on these. I don't think she would have bothered to like grab the butcher's knife that was in Tanji's pocket. Look at the stats in this Uzi. Yeah, I think she's gonna spray or no, just take like a shot, one shot with the Uzi, I'll say. Oops. Right, one shot with the Uzi. Ooh, that's a bad one. But Aoki has terrible defense, so let's see. A -6. It's probably not going to hit. Yeah, no. Misses. Okay. Tanji's dead. You're no longer on the initiative. We just have Aoki. Aoki is going to try and take out Osei in close range with the scythe. Him having just been knocked back, can she maybe get... I think they've all had to kind of rush into melee, so I'm not going to let her get any like flanking bonuses or anything like that here. Yeah, no. Straight up rolls. Her attack versus his defense. She's got a 0 in melee, so -1 to hit. I don't think that's going to hit. Her scythe is deflected. Osei's Murasame. Right, going into round 3. We've already had 2 deaths. I wonder how long Onisiferous Clement is going to be able to last in the back before he feels an urge to join. To get in on the killing. I think it might be this round. Let's see. Moving several people in. Well, it's interesting that I said that, because Clement is now going up next. And I think he's jealous of the killing, like, all of these bodies are falling. He's not going to hold back any longer. They're now engaged in melee. He's going to take his shot. Who does he have more hatred for? I mean, he saw Miyake die, he saw Tanji die. Those that tried to rob him, perhaps? Who's the one that cut his fingers off? It was Osei. Yeah, he is closest to Osei. He is going to go in and try to kill Osei. And tries to take his revenge on the one who maimed him. Gonna roll stealth here. versus Osei's perception. And he's going to have a fairly big bonus, like a +4. Okay, that's a pretty good roll. Check the stats out. I put Onisufer's Clement's sheet. There we are. So, stealth 2, that's 5 stealth versus Osei's 4 perception. Just barely manages to get behind. While Osei is distracted, it's going to take a slice with the hatchet. Still with that +4 stealth bonus until he breaks it. Hatchet attack with a +4 versus Osei. And Osei cannot clash with this because he is unaware of this attack happening. Clement is right behind him. And I don't think anyone else is yelling out to help Osei. Although, what's Keiko's perception? Not great. No, she wouldn't have seen either. Alright, let's make this attack. The Murasame Blade user, who has been pretty untouchable up till this point. Okay. Decent defense there from Osei. Let's see if it counts. I think he's still going to get hit because of the big penalty. What's your attack there, Clement? 3 minus 3 0. With the +4, it's a 4. Osei, what did your defense be? It's 2. Okay. Not terrible. Is the hatchet a 3? Yes. Okay. So it's going to be a sure success. I think Osei kind of gets a gut instinct at the last second, moving and turning in combat, as suddenly some white-faced monstrosity slashes past him. For a moment, Osei doesn't even feel it with the adrenaline surging. Doesn't even realize who it was, and then realizes it's that freak with the severed fingers, the one he cut before. And Osei struggles to keep his attention on Aoki and on Koga as this new challenge arrives. Someone who has now taken blood from him. However, he has to struggle. As the hatchet drives in between two of his fingers, he's going to make a pain check to see if he can stay on his feet. He does. Just about stays on his feet. Let's write this out. Osei is attacked from behind and slashed by Clement. Struggles to stay on his feet. Okay. Adachi then. Now bereft of any weapons, Adachi is going to join the fray. Try and make sure their friends don't get killed. I think it's going to try and like cross over and attack Keiko. Using their action to move and get into melee with Keiko to protect their friends. I think while let's have Adachi make a stealth check here and see if he can do this without incurring a clash from Keiko, who Might be able to shoot open season. +1 to your stealth, Adachi. 1, so that's a 0. Keiko's perception is a 0, so this is a struggle. I think... how would a struggle resolve here? I'm just going to resolve it with a reroll real quick. Yeah, okay, that's a failure. A basic failure. Fails to sneak up on Keiko. But as Keiko turns, looks at Adachi, Adachi is like, "We don't have to fight. We don't have to end it like this." Keiko doesn't give a fuck. Keiko takes a clash. I'm just going to resolve that on Keiko's turn. It's basically just going to be an attack because Adachi's used all of their movement, all of their action, like moving. Okay. Aoki. I think she's going to try and attack the one who killed... Well, it's the one who killed Miyake, but also the one who killed the rat is there too. These two murderers in the back. Adachi is about to be shot by Keiko. Who's this over here, number 13? Who have I missed out on? Koga should be over here. Yeah. In the melee. They're all in the melee together. I think she's going to go for Ose. Makes the most sense. The one she's been in combat most recently. Is Ose going to clash? I think he is going to irritably, because he's going down. He wants to fight Clement, but this woman with the scythe is bearing down on him. So, clash between Aoki and Ose. That is pretty bad. -4 to Aoki. Leaving her, yeah, just -4 total. Versus Ose's 3. Sure failure. I think as she runs in with the scythe, tries to take Ose down while he's on the ground, almost staggered from Clement, who's like jumped back with the knife ready to go in again. And she thinks she's got this opportunity, but Ose bursts upward, suddenly turning to her and slicing out with the Murasame, seemingly defensively, but it's an excess of 13. Because if I'm not incorrect, the Murasame has a, yeah, 5. And what's 7 plus 5? 12. But whatever. It's not 13, it's 12. But regardless, 12 minus 6. 6 left. Okay. That's an ultimate success, dealing 6 harm. Where's Aoki over here? Murasame slice. I think with that much harm in one go, she brings the scythe around. Ose kind of clashes, pushes up, and just immediately takes off her right hand. severed right hand. It's such a huge wound, that's what I'm calling it, as blood gushes out of the stump. She may well die from this here. She's going to have to make an immediate pain check. She fails. And she is going to fall to the ground, downed. Just going to write that here. 2 penalty from being downed. As screaming is going on. Aoki is not screaming. She's just quiet, silent. As her hand falls to the ground. Parker, seeing this. Yeah. Parker didn't like the rat, but it wasn't right how he got killed in his sleep. By this fucker in the white mask. So while the others are brawling, he is going to try and take down this psychopathic bastard. With his bare hands, I guess, like he was doing before. Oh no, he's got throwing knives. He's going to go in melee though, just try and stab with the knife at this point. Tries to stab Clement. Attack. Ooh, that's bad. That's a -4. Yeah, -4 versus Clement. There's no way. Yeah. That's actually a sure failure. He is knocked aside. And loses a knife. Another knife, down to just 1 now. I'm calling that the consequence for this. But, still rocking a Kevlar vest, so might have a good chance in close range. Koga. I think seeing... not having any particular history with Clement and seeing Osei once again kill one of her friends, pretty much, like, looks like Aoki is going to die. She's gonna rush in with the pot lid. Ooh, what if she could try and steal a knife? I think it's possible they would have shared out the knives, but clearly not. She's gonna rush in with the pot lid and try to smack Osei and take him down. Because Osei is bloodied as well. It's a pretty good roll. +4. He's a pretty bad melee fighter, though. Oh, yeah, -5 melee, and super fucking dehydrated. I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Look at Katsumi. Melee is 1. Okay. So, that's a total of 5. Yeah. Osei is defense. Is a 2. Okay, so that's going to succeed. It's going to just be another basic injury that he barely notices as it crashes into his left shoulder. He is going to have to make another pain check, though. He's getting kind of dogpiled here. Goes down from this. Standing over Aoki with her severed hand, about to deliver a final blow. This pot lid smash catches him off guard, and he has to crumple to the ground for a second, just in agony, taking a moment. He is now incapacitated for this moment. Just so heavily wounded. from the bashes and the crashes. Okay. Finally, Keiko, who is going to be able to turn and take a shot against Adachi. And I think she's going to use the shotgun. Yeah. Seeing as he's right there up close. That's a -3. -1 to hit. Okay. Daci's going to be able to defend against this. Misses with the shotgun. Somehow, Daci dives out of the way of this. He curses, raises the Uzi up for the next round. Okay. Oh, my battery is low in my earphones. This one back. Okay. Where's me random.org? Still got everyone here up? Yes. I don't normally randomize initiative each round. I don't know why I'm doing it here. I just kind of have done that. So that's what I'm doing now. Round 4. Clement. I don't know why they're 6. I don't know why they're numbered like that. They're not numbered like this elsewhere. Here we are. Okay. Clement. Ose is on the ground. He really likes the killing. There's so many people here who are still standing. Alki is downed. Ose is incapacitated. Parker just tried to stab Clement. So he's going to try and kick Parker right back. There's a -4 to hit. I don't think that's going to hit. Nope. Okay. Clash. Yeah, I'm calling this a clash here. Which is like the same result, but basically it means in this case, what's the total? It's friggin' Onisophorus' total. A 4 versus Parker is 5. Yeah, it's real close. Parker wins with 1 excess. It's gonna get to add the potency of the throwing knife, which is 2. 3 total. In this clash, Parker is coming out using his vest to his advantage and manages to slash and deal a cut to Clement here. As the clash continues. Clement relatively untouched until this point. Tastes blood for the first time, and is now very mad. Alki, downed, is going to need to make a pain check at the start of her turn. Fails. What are our rules here? You fail when you're downed. Yeah. So she is just still struggling to her feet there, almost incapacitated by pain. But she can make weakened actions. She's got a -2 to all checks. Which we've got represented here. I think she's going to try and finish off Ose, who is completely incapacitated in this moment. Yeah, see, or... He's not really a threat right now. I think the threat right now is the psychopath, who she saw murder a friend already. Yeah, she's going to try and crawl over and at least, like, stab the leg of the psychopath. She's just going to try and grab him, like, grapple him. Let's do that. Oh yeah, because when she was downed, I think she would have dropped her weapon. Yeah. Yes, she's going to try and grab. Let's make that pain check. No, she's not going to be able to do that. She's... Oh wait, I forgot. I'm not making that check. She's still down. She's just able to make an attack. So that's the attack. It's a +1. Probably not going to do anything. Yeah, no. Not with her penalties. It's going to need to be a very high roll. I think she grabs futilely at Clement's leg. Koga. I think in... Would she go for the person that's still standing? Probably. I don't think she's, like, needs to kill right now. She's going to attack Clement. Ose is currently incapacitated and looks almost dead. Right. Let's make that attack. Gonna give her a +1 for this. Kind of flanking. I think it's still gonna fail, though. Yeah, it's gonna fail. No effect. Dachi is gonna try and take the weapon. I think he's gonna try and try to grapple a weapon. Keiko. Keiko will clash by shooting. Well, trying to, let's just like pull the trigger as Adachi's trying to pull it away. Okay. Ooh, it's an incredibly good roll. +9 to Adachi. So that's total 10 on melee. 10. Where is this? It goes 3 on ranged. Make sure she uses one of these Uzi sprays. I think... Yeah, she's just going to use one spray there. Uzi is almost out. She's got spare bullets on her body, but this is... I don't know if there's going to be much time for reloading in this frantic melee. So, 7 excess. Sure success. So, I think I'll give Adachi the choice of which weapon. I think Adachi's probably going to try to steal the Uzi that she's currently holding. So with a sure success, he grabs the Uzi, or they grab the Uzi, pulling it away and shooting Keiko. And I'm just going to allow 1 harm, 1 minor injury for that. As we're kind of choosing that and not using the full rules. Although if I were to add anything in the Uzi, I'm just going to leave it at that. 1 minor injury to Keiko. She gets bullets through her arm. That was Keiko's action. Ose gets to make a pain check. How lucky. +2. Don't know if that's going to be enough. It's going to be enough. And how does that work? You're incapacitated. Success, you're no longer incapacitated. I need to, like, kind of revamp some of these rules, but yeah. Osei is no longer incapacitated. I think... Who is he most interested in as all of this is going on? Ooh, should I let him make a cleave? Yeah, fuck it. Got the fucking Murasame. I'm gonna try and cleave everyone in this melee. We're all fighting. Palki's on the ground. I don't think I'll allow that. Osei will try to swing and cleave at Clement, Parker, and Koga. -1 to hit. This is the final action. Everyone else has used their actions, so there will be no clashing today. One final murder. I only rolled 1 defense die. Let's just re-roll that. So 4. Osei gets 4 plus 3, so 7. Minus the 1 for the cleave, so it's a total of 6. Then I'm just going to re-roll all these. Numerical order here. Pretty good rolls, though. Okay. Starting with Clement. Clement gets great success. Clement dodges. Let's delete these dead people. Miyake is dead. Tanji is dead. See, that's the great thing. The game gets easier to run as I kill more people. Okay, so Koga is next. 8, 1, 9. Koga dodges. Parker. Seven. Everyone dodges. I would say it's just like this wild, bloodied man at this point, just swinging his legendary blade, but can't hit anything with it. I'm gonna pee real quick, and then we're gonna go to round 4. Swap my earphones here before this one dies. Okay. Is anyone watching as we get to this finale? Not many have made it. Right. I wouldn't blame you if you hadn't made it this far. This is a long stream. It's been a long game. But we're going here to finish things up. We'll randomize again. Okay. Parker goes up first. I think I'm gonna roll the dice and see who he goes for. High roll is Ose. Nope. Gonna stick with attacking Clement. Continuing to struggle with Clement here, with each of them having sharp objects. I think Clement is going to clash. So that's a pretty bad roll. +6 to Clement. 9. Where's this 0? Okay, so let's let Parker make his defense for 0. Okay, so total of 4. Clement adds their 3. 12 versus 4. So 8. That's going to be a crit. As they struggle back and forth here. I kind of want to let someone else go in, but I haven't said that I was going to do that. So this is just happening. 8 excess with the hatchet. I think... I think... Clement just manages to bring it down on Parker's head. And for a second, the hatchet is just sticking out of Parker's head. It's like, pulls it out. There's now kind of blood spurting. It's not that deep of a cut, but it's blood running down his face with this crit. And this might be enough to make him pass out here with his existing minor injury. Let's have Parker make a pain check. Stays standing through the sheer shock of it. Parker gets an axe in the head. And that was Clement's turn. Ose. I think he's going to try and... Aoki's still on the ground fucking about. I think Ose just really wants to kill Clement here. Wants to be the one. This bastard who tried to have a dishonorable fight, attacking from behind. Yeah. Let's make that attack. Oh, it's pretty good. That's a +5. So a total of 8. Whereas it's Clement's 3. Just bloodied and swinging with madness. For 5. +5 from potency, so 10. Which is an ultimate success, dealing 4 harm. Is a wound. That is going to be just exactly enough. I think Clement turns and sees something they recognize in the eyes of Ose. Recognizes a fellow killer. Someone just flowering into their killerness. And there was fear, for a second, fear of death And then Clement realizes, this is it. This is perfect. Because as one dies, another is born. A killer. As Onesiphorus, Clement's head vanishes from their shoulders. Clement is dead. Another moment of sudden shock. Koga, I think, may try to grab this weapon that's fallen to the ground. But, who else might be able to do that? I think I'm just going to have her make a check. Maybe to pick up the hatchet. And, like, make an attack with it. It's like, I think it would be easy enough. No, I think I'm just going to let her do it. I'm going to let her grab the fallen hatchet if she wants. So now she's got a hatchet and a pot lid shield. And she's going to try and make an attack versus Ose. Ose, whose back is now turned. And I would normally give her like an advantage because they're sort of like all going in on one person, but she's getting an advantage from just me letting her pick up the hatchet as her extra thing. -1 on the dice. So 0. Don't think that's gonna hit Ose. Nope. Misses. Dachi now has weapon. Versus Keiko. They've managed to steal. Where's Keiko? Managed to steal the Uzi. Which only has 1 shot left. Spare reloads are on Keiko, so better do well. They're definitely going to clash. It's Uzi versus empty shot, and they're not going to clash. I think she's going to need to reload. She doesn't have any melee weapons, does she, Keiko? No, she didn't get that knife. Yeah, okay. He's just going to make an attack, or Adachi's just going to make an attack. +3. The range, that's 5. Versus. Here's defensive 1. Manages to catch Keiko again with the spray. Nothing major, grazing her with the bullets at this point. But she's got a lot of blood running down her arms. Just absolutely bloodied at this point. Looks pretty cool with the goth hair. Yeah. But she's not happy. It's not an aesthetic she's into right now. And she's like... tries to just duck to the ground and... Ooh. No. I think she's gonna use what she's got. Might try and deceive. I think... How much... yeah, she's like crying and screaming as this blood runs down her, and she goes, "Stop! Stop! Please! I give up! I don't want to fight anymore! I don't want to do this violence!" As she makes a deception check versus Adachi, and I'm calling this her action. If she can succeed, Adachi is going to let their guard down. Even in this situation, because this is a person this would work on. Adachi is not a fighter. They are a pacifist. Fortunately, that is a -4 on the dice. Let's see. Insight versus deception. S1 versus insight 0. Adachi is moved for a second. But clearly something twigs, something that's wrong about this. I'm now going to have Keiko make an insight check to see if she can tell whether or not Adachi believed her. -2. Insight is 2. Total of 0. Isn't sure. I think she doesn't really know if Adachi believed. But she's not going to try and reload or anything. She's got a spare shotgun shell, but at this point she's like kind of put the shotgun. She's throwing the shotgun down. We'll see what happens with that next round. Alki though. Still on the ground, I believe. Where's Alki? Down. She's gonna try to get up. Succeeds. Okay, just barely. Ruggles to her feet. Seeing Koga, Parker fighting this mad swordsman. Going to try and end it. Try and hit something for the first time in the game. Come on, Aoki. You can do it. It's a -1 on the die. Oh, let's take away this down penalty. Yeah, she's so fucking wounded at this point. It's amazing that she can even stand. Not able to hit. Can't hit though, so the berserker seems unkillable at this point. Next round. Who did we lose? We lost Clement. Round 5. Parker just keeps rolling so well on these initiative checks. Obviously Parker is going to try and take out this swordsman. I think Parker, Aoki, Koga all now facing off against Ose. Gonna give each of them a +1. Because they're kind of surrounding him at this point. His blade is strong, but can he fight blood loss? I am gonna have Ose clash. +1 to Parker. It's probably not gonna be enough for Ose. Okay, so that's 3 versus... Yeah, no. The total was... I thought that was a clash. Parker... 0 versus Ose's 3. Actually, it's 1 versus 3 because of that +1, but whatever. Clash. Ooh. Okay, so excess of 2. 7 with the Mursame. So 7. It's going to be 2 more minor injuries to Parker Gregory. Parker and Ose clash. Ose slicing up Parker. And can Parker stay on his feet with that 6 harm at this point? Who falls to the ground, downed. What's that beep? I don't know what that was. Someone tag me to say I'm out here. Okay, it's just something for the Discord, I think. I'll check that out later. Okay. Where was I? Parker is downed. Is Alki still downed? I think she got out of that. Okay. Alki, seeing this, is going to make her attack against Ose. -1, still not hitting. Keiko. I think at this point we have to let Adachi go in front of Keiko. What would Adachi do at this point? I think the last spray was used last turn, wasn't it? Yeah. I believe that was it. How many shots have been taken with the Uzi total on this fight? Let's make sure. This is round 5, so I'm pretty sure, yeah. Pretty sure the last one was taken. But I wonder if Adachi knows that. Let's make a ranged check with, like, ranged weapons. Mind, strategy, range. Just a 1 versus a 0 difficulty to see if Adachi realizes the gun is out. Yeah. Adachi realizes the gun is finished. I think Adachi is going to leap for the shotgun. Knowing that the Uzi is finished, Adachi is going to toss the... is going to step forward and try to just grapple the shotgun from Keiko. Not knowing that the shotgun is also out of ammo. Let's make a perception check. See if Adachi knows the shotgun is out of ammo. I think that would be difficult to tell. I think Adachi probably doesn't know. They're going to try and attack then. In melee. To try and take this shotgun. Tossing the Uzi aside. That's a +7 for a total of 8. Tries to pull the shotgun away from Keiko. 8 versus... I think Keiko's going to clash. We're going to call this a clash. For simplicity, I think it's just a melee clash going on. Versus 1. So, sure success. Is able to pull the shotgun away. And try to take a shot. But there's nothing in there. Curses. But this can still be used as a bludgeoning weapon. Koga. Let's see if she has any more luck attacking Ose. Nope. That's a -7. Did Ose already clash? He did. Okay. Round 6. Thinned ranks mean fast rounds at this point. Dachi goes first. I'm gonna just say +1 for the bludgeoning with this. Like a pot lid. Goes to bludgeon Keiko with the shotgun. Melee attack. We're gonna clash. These guys over here. Right. Can't remember if I rolled or not. That's my roll, but it's gonna roll again. Right. That's a -2. So for a total of -1. Where is this? 1. Yeah, Keiko is pretty handy in melee. So Dachi can make their defense now. Oh, I've been doing this wrong, haven't I? I'm skipping too many steps. I need to re-roll Keiko's attack. I'm just going to have her attack versus his their defense. 9, 5, 10 versus Dachi's 6. So she's just punching him in the face. Punching them in the face at this point. They're taking their first injuries. Not in life, but certainly the most violence that they've seen thus far. Parker. Let's go. We're just still all attacking. Oh, Parker's down on the ground. They're all just attacking Ose, trying to get him to go down. But Parker can't get to his feet at the moment. Downed. Gonna try and grapple versus Ose. -2 from being downed. Ose is not going to clash with this. Nope. Failure. Everyone's so fucked up. Koga. Still standing. One of the few still standing. No injuries, actually. She's going to go against Ose, who is going to clash with her, because she's gotten probably the most injuries on him at this point. -2 is not enough. Let's see. Need to actually be adding these together with these clashes. Melee 3 versus Ose's 7. Yeah, this matters. Okay. So 4XS with Ose, who's still slicing out with this crazy blade. So +5. 9 XS total. That is going to be a critical wound. So I think that the pot lid... Oh, she's got a +1 defense from that pot lid, didn't she? Am I accounting for that? Did I roll her a fucking defense yet? Didn't. Guess what I need to do. It's just gonna be 7 to start defense. 3 on the dice. 4. Okay, it's just downgrades that to 2 minor injuries. So that's actually fairly significant. As she manages to avoid a much deeper cut, but is forced back. So I can't believe he's still standing. Alki, though, is going to get 1 uninterrupted attack. Versus, I would say, with a +1. Come on out. Finish this. Alki, what is your roll? What's your roll there, Alki? Tell me. That a -4 in the dice? With a -3 in your melee? How's that gonna hit? 3 total. 4 with the +1. Versus 10. 12 defense. Because that's such a bad failure, she's gonna trip and fall. Okay. Next round. Really a reroll. Round 7. Okay. Keiko. Still clashing with Adachi here. Oop. 7. It's just 9. What's the difference between these two in terms of melee? Let's just figure this out. They 1 versus 1. They have exactly equal melee. That makes things easy. So that is a basic failure. 2 access to Adachi. Who has the shotgun barrel. So bashes Keiko on the head with it. She is now going to have to make a pain check. Struggle. What does that mean, Greg's rules? Really? -1. Just for a turn. Okay. She's just barely staying on her feet, like staggering. Parker, can he stand? Yes, I believe. That's a +5. Parker Gregory no longer down. Gonna try and fucking kill this crazy barbarian man whose image in my mind just keeps getting inflated every round. He continues to stand and fucking kill people. Yeah, that's not gonna do it. That's a 7. Seven versus Osei's defense 2, 9. Because Osei is going to try and take down Koga at this point. Koga being a real pain in the ass. He's trying down everyone here. Okay. What are we rolling? 9 versus Koga's Koga's gonna clash. Total of 4. Okay. How do I rule clashes with re-rolling and shit? I need to remember something. In the base rules, what happens when we clash? Am I crazy? Have I been hallucinating the entire roller defense thing? I don't think defense is involved at all. I've been adding an extra unnecessary step here. Whatever. Things to figure out afterwards. Add that to my notes. Not gonna fucking see that. I just put in these random notes. Okay. Anyway. Osei versus Koga. 9 versus 4. So a total of 5, adding the 5 potency. 10 excess. So 4 harm is going to be going to Koga here. A nasty wound. I think she's bravely lunging forward. And this... I think she's just going to be stabbed right through the belly. She bravely lunges forward. He manages to slip under her guard right through the stomach. Pulls it out. Ready to face his next opponent. Just surrounded here. Yeah. Not going great. Although I did forget to give her a +1 for the attack, so I'm going to downgrade it to 3 harm. Here. There we go. Because that's what it would have been with her +1. But still a pretty nasty stab. We're going to see if she can stay standing. She can. Koga's still struggling to stay on her feet, wondering where Adachi is. Okay. I'm losing track. when you run an entire combat purely by yourself, it's way harder. Especially when you've been streaming for like 5 hours already. But I'm gonna finish this. Because we're so close to the end. Okay. Wants to try and finish this. Taking her +1. Versus Osei. Terrible. Terrible. Terrible rolls. Why are the good guys doing so bad? And yes, I have arbitrarily assigned good and bad guys now. I think that Osei is a bad guy at this point. Right. Parker. As they're just like bloody battling, like the audience is loving it. Just bets are flying out there in the real world. Money is being exchanged. Bars are filled. And some watch on in horror. Parker just needs to do something. desperately. Gonna make a melee attack. Osei's not even gonna clash with this. Parker's barely a threat. Why'd you prove me right, Parker? That's a 1 on the die. I'm not even gonna roll Osei's defense. I don't think a defense needs to be rolled. I don't think... yeah. Misses. Let's continue the Keiko Adachi rule. Melee versus melee. Five and a 4 on the die. Adachi now has an advantage. Okay. Is Keiko still standing? Really? Didn't note that down. Keiko versus Adachi. So it's a perfect struggle here. These two are just having a shonen battle, blow for blow with their bare fists. Or would be, but Keiko is reeling and just can't quite win out in this. Takes another bash to the brain, taking one more minor injury. Can she stay on her feet? Yes, still standing. The brawl continues. Now, Aoki is going to try and slash at Osei. Can anyone kill this man? Is he even going to clash versus... No, I don't think he's going to. No. Doesn't need to. Even with bonuses. She's just so fucked up. You know. She's just... What is it? This? Yeah, she's got a right hand missing. She's bleeding everywhere. It's incredible that she's still standing at all. Who's Osei gonna target? I think Osei sees all these people flailing around, realizes he can almost do whatever he wants. He feels invincible in this moment. Feels like he can choose who dies in this moment. Is it the annoying American? Is it this cute, chubby Brazilian thinks she can just walk into this death game without taking it seriously? Or is it this short, old bitch who he doesn't even know? She's just been flailing at this with a scythe. What is she doing? I think it's gonna have to be the cute one. I think he has to die in this moment. That's what has to happen. And she's gonna be able to clash. Let's leave it to the dice. Oh. Melee. 10 versus 8. She knows this is almost hopeless, futile. She feels the hope draining from them. But still keeps fighting, still has to keep going. She wants to see Adachi one more time before she bleeds out here. With a sure success, 2 more cuts perfectly controlled across her body. 2 more minor injuries. At the threshold of death. Can she stay standing? No. She falls incapacitated. Another one falls. To the barbarian's blade. Okay. Round 9. Roll our final initiative. Maybe. He has to try and do something in this month. Finally, rolling not terribly. Melee -3 for a total of 5. Don't think Osei perceives her as a threat at all. I don't think he's clashed. Defense 6 for Osei. She still can't do it. Make sure she wasn't under any penalties there. She was down. That's not applying any penalty right now. Yeah, no. It's just the exhaustion and the wounds. 3 levels of exhaustion, 3 wound levels. It's a -6. It's bad. Someone might get lucky. But right now, no one's doing much to Osei. Keiko and Adachi. Let's see how this shonen battle resolves. Okay. Keiko... Melee, yeah. So that's a sure success. For Adachi. Continues to bash Keiko to the ground. 2 more minor injuries. She's beginning to look almost no longer human. Don't ask me what I mean by that. Don't ask me to explain. As she falls and crumples, Adachi looks down. Can they finish it, though? Now that Adachi's opponent is helpless, can Adachi finish it? Maybe we'll find out next round. Parker slashes with the knife desperately towards Osei, who is not clashing. +4 on the die. Versus Osei's 4. There's a chance here. They slash as Parker looks for an opening, as Osei is seemingly like covered in blood, just in a flow state, ducking and moving around, attacking. Parker needs to reach inside, feel his own Gaijin power. Can he do it? In this struggle, can he come out on top? Or perhaps make a trade? I'm gonna say, as a struggle resolution, that on any struggle, basic failure, or basic success here, they're both going to take 1 harm. In fact, I'm going to rule it like this. I'm going to allow the struggle attack to take place. And harm is going to be dealt, but regardless of what happens, each of them is going to take 1 harm as part of this struggle. As basically like a trade. Parker is just desperate and willing to take damage to deal damage at this point. Just doesn't want to die like this, like a schmuck. So right here, they're both going to take 1 additional minor injury before I've even done anything else. And then I'm going to re-roll this. This is what happens with this attack. So, Parker. The melee attack of 9. Osei. The melee attack of 12. Parker spits and coughs blood, trying to do something, scratching Osei's face with the knife and pulls it back and pulls up with the katana, shoving the blade deep into Parker's spine, locking it in. The man still won't let go. And Parker's last image is that of Osei, looking down, the grim smile, and has time just to think, "You're enjoying this?" As he falls limp. Parker is dead. Parker manages to scratch at Osei's face, leaving injuries. Pulls the Murasama. Wait, that wasn't a clash, was it? Wasn't it? Well, I've ruled it that way, so now it's a clash, because that's what happened narratively. I'm not going to roll all that back. That is what happened. Osei's action is now used, and the only one left in the round is Koga. Seeing this. Helplessly watching. Yeah, I ain't undeleting a sheet. And last round, Koga was incapacitated. Koga is still incapacitated. Can't do anything, just writhing in pain. Round 10. We are down to our last 5. Okay, Koga goes first. Gonna get to roll again. See if she's no longer incapacitated. It's a pretty good roll. +4. I need that. Yeah, she's gonna be able to get to her feet. Together with Aoki, we're gonna make one last stand. I think a big clash is gonna happen here. Koga and Aoki versus Osei. Everyone's gonna roll. Okay, pretty good rolls. All round. Everyone's fighting at their best. Koga rolled a 9. And 4. And a buff, because they're getting a +1. Where is this? Say it's 10. The Alki is still not doing anything. It's staying alive. Osei and Koga are going to be able to clash here. This is a struggle. And I think Koga might do the same thing Parker did. Try and just deal 1 harm. He's at 6 harm right now, Osei. Uninjured. Unexhausted. 6 harm. You could just do one thing with this knife. Maybe make it possible, at least, for Aoki. But Koga herself is at 7 harm. It just has to be an all or nothing. This has to be a roll-off. Okay. Koga wins the struggle. 4 excess. Plus the 3 from the hatchet. 2 minor injuries to Osei. Throughout this single fight, Osei hasn't taken a single serious wound. It's just been cut, bruised, bash. His jaw nearly broken by Koga's pot lid. I think in this final moment, it's not that any one thing fails him. It's not that he's ever bested or beaten. It's that with all these cuts and all this blood loss, he's living in this moment. Moment he's been waiting for, dreaming for all this time. He never wants to stop. He never does. He never gives up. He never stops fighting. There's just a moment when he goes to swing the blade, falls forward, just lands face down, and it's just no longer alive. All of the injuries just catch up. Something breaks. And Osei falls. Last. Having lost Parker, having lost Miyake, Koga and Aoki now stand over the body of that mad fighter, Osei Takashi. As we come back to Dachi versus Keiko to see how that fight resolves. Keiko struggling, standing on her feet. And then a 9 on the die. That's Adachi's advantage right now. Yeah, an advantage of 1, so that's 1 more minor injury to Keiko. As Adachi, tears in their eyes. Wait. Keiko was on the ground, incapacitated in this moment. Can Adachi... Yeah, this is no longer a fight. This is Adachi standing over Keiko. What's Adachi gonna do in this? Let's make a... I don't even know if... This is a spirit check. On a failure is when Adachi is going to kill Keiko. Because this is Adachi struggling to stay to keep hold of the reasons they're here, the meaning of all of this. Adachi is going to make a spirit check in this moment. It's just going to be a difficulty of 0. 10 versus 9 on the die. Struggle. With a wound level of 2, does that come into play in this moment? I'm going to rule that no, it doesn't. This is about something else. This is about conviction. It's not that Adachi can't do it. It's that Adachi won't do it. Adachi will not kill Keiko in this moment. They walk away. Return to the group. Run. See if they can help. Keiko remains incapacitated. So, Adachi runs over, seeing what remains. Parker dead. Miyake dead. Aoki and Koga maimed, barely clinging to life. Aoki missing her right hand. Adachi is actually the least injured of all of them. Turns to look at them. So what now? Meanwhile, I want to make another check to see if Keiko can wake up. I don't. Okay. So 7. It's 10, 17. 14. Versus 14. This is a struggle. As Keiko struggles to stand up. Which means Keiko has gone from incapacitated to downed. Filled with rage. As the others stand around processing, I wonder if any of them notice as Keiko approaches. I think they probably would. Adachi knows they left Keiko alive. But Keiko is going to use their action as they wake up to reload the shotgun. The one single shell he still has. Yeah, we're gonna move into a narrative round 7. It's not, you know, time's passing second per second here. They're kind of taking a break, but as in the background, I want to see if Keiko is able to drag herself over without being seen in this moment. And I sure do tell a story. Okay. Stealth versus perception. Koga. 5. Aoki. -1. Dachi. 0. Keiko. 9. The silence fills the air after Adachi speaks those words, "What now?" And they look at each other, not wanting to face the reality of what they have to do. Shadow emerges. Takes a shot. He's going to get up real close. $12 meters. He's going to shoot at Adachi. The one who didn't consider her worth killing. So 1 versus 5 is what we've got, but I'm giving that +4 for being completely unnoticed. So it's 5 versus 5. Actually, it's a struggle. And I'm just going to re-roll this completely. See what happens at this point. Just barely a 1. Barely a success for Keiko. It is going to add the potency from the shotgun, the final shot in the shotgun. 6. That's a sure success. Adachi at the last second realizes what's going on. Is blasted in the side. And drops to the ground. Calling that a surprise. Round 12. Let's randomize everyone. As we come to the very, very final battle. Keiko goes first. Now out of shots, laughing. Simply waiting for someone to come and approach. As Aoki and Koga run in. To finish this. All she has is melee. She knows she's lost this. She almost... I don't think she's even gonna resist. She's almost on death's door. And I think this is where Aoki finally swings the scythe and brings down Keiko. Just a final act of spite from Keiko. Dachi's still alive, but bleeding. And now they all have a decision to make. Our final group aren't enemies, friends. Aoki, Keiko, or rather Aoki, Koga, and Adachi. They have to decide among themselves. As they eat the final rations that remain. Look through the possessions of the others, remembering them. I think it's Adachi who finds on the body of Ose 2 doses, exactly. Potassium cyanide. As they watch each other grimly. Time passing. Who knows how much they have left? Who takes it? Rock, paper, scissors? I think Aoki. That was Koga replying there. I think Aoki looks down at her severed hand. Still wants to live. Koga says, "Do we have to do this? I mean, we all made it. We all survived." And she shakes their head. It's not how these people work. And Aoki's just quiet. I think Aoki's going to try and do something. And I'm going to bring up some rules I don't often use, but I made for a circumstance just like this. It's the rules for betrayal, when you turn on someone unexpectedly. Someone who trusts you. I made these rules because this kind of thing has happened to me. So it's relevant when someone takes you off guard like that. What do you do? Where are these rules? Betrayal. So this is going to be an insight check versus a deception check. Lucky wants to make one final move. And if this is not what the character would do, I apologize. But I think she feels like an outsider in this story. She still wants to survive. Even without her hand, she needs to survive. She still has a scythe. Betrayal. Let's make Aoki's check first. That's a 10 on the die. That's going to be deceive, a -2 for a total of 8. Koga. Insight. +6 for a total of 7. Dachi. Failure. Okay. -4. I wonder who Aoki cuts down in this map. Who seems more vulnerable? I think Adachi is the most uninjured. I think Adachi is also had the lowest insight check. Aoki wants to... I'm going to go off the higher of the two scores here. Although... No. 8 versus -4. That's a difference of 12. 6. So... 6... +6 to this attack. If I'm going by these rules, this might be a bit crazy. But that was an 8 versus a -4, so... I've definitely fucked up the rules, but I'm going to fucking do this because it's a dramatic moment, and that's what I've done. So, basically, she gets a +6 to her upcoming attack, and she's going to need it because she's so goddamn injured. This almost feels fair. So, Aoki makes a scythe attack versus Adachi with a +6. Roll her attack. 1. Terrible. 2. -2. Total of 4. As Koga watches this happening in slow motion, Adachi, so 2, not much better on defense, but with 3, so 4 versus 3. 1 excess, adding the scythe's potency. 5 total. As Aoki in her weakened state can barely swing. As they're talking, chattering away, she suddenly just turns, swings, almost half-heartedly, but not fully half-heartedly. She slices across, dealing 2 more minor injuries, bringing them up to 5. Minor injuries. Still no wounds. But Adachi's going to make a check in this moment. Stay standing through the adrenaline. Shocked, surprised. They're like, no. Why? Because I have to survive. As we go into one more final round. Adachi goes first. How does Adachi respond? I think Adachi says, "You're that desperate to live that you're willing to kill me? Then do it. Take my life. If it means that much to you that you're willing to do this." Adachi is going to make a persuasion. It's not a great one. How Adachi offers their life if it means that much to Aoki. And I think they mean it. And I think in this moment, Aoki has to make a spirit check and see if she's really able to go through with it. Everything's so bad right now on her sheet, I don't even know what I would roll. Spirit. That's about it. Spirit Perseverance 1. She's got a -5 on this roll. She can hit a 0. I'm gonna say at least a 1. If she can hit at least a 1, beat 0, she can do this. Aoki looks at Adachi's conviction. Can't do it. But Koga can. In a fury, frenzy, having seen everything she's seen, Koga brings the hatchet. I gotta make a check for her as well, if she can do this. I'm making this choice. She brings the hatchet into the neck. Alki. Alki having given up. Whoever wins, wins. She can't do this anymore. Zalki falls to the ground. Hoping that whoever does come out of this, they know what was sacrificed so that they could live. As we stand, that's the so-called unlucky alliance are all that are left on this Ichidake Island. And a silence falls as they look at each other. But I want to do this. I want to make one final spirit check for Koga. For a reason. I'm not going to put a wound penalty on this. I'm just going to... It's going to be a straight spirit check. With nerve out. 3. This is a difficulty of 0. Yeah. Succeeds. Critically. Koga makes a spirit check. Spirit perseverance check with critical success. She knows what he has to do. He takes Adachi's hand. You don't have to do this. Let them watch. You don't have to give them what they want. As after some time passes, the very irate voice of General Tano rings out over the speakers. You have 2 hours left. You don't do something, you're both gonna die, and I hope you're aware you've achieved nothing. If neither of you live, you've achieved nothing. You remember that? The money is waiting. You're so close. One of you can still make it. As the drones circle, they've made their decision already. And in those last few hours before midnight reaches its apex, they talk, they chatter, they laugh. They eat their final rations. Nothing to hold back on now. And they look at the bottle of potassium cyanide. Not willing to give them a final victory. Wanting to make a choice for themselves. They each down half remaining potassium cyanide. and in the outside world. Many people bitch and complain that this year's Ichidake Island was boring. But many others think that it was the best it ever was. Because this was when the change started. They saw the conviction that meant people would give up their own lives, give up a life of riches, for something more important than survival, for the future of their world, of their society, to show that there was something more important. And that's where we end Ichidake Island. That shot of Adachi and Koga sitting on the edge of this cliff right here. The unlucky duo. Adachi and Koga. Are they the winners? Technically no. But maybe there's something more important than winning. And I think that is what I wanted to show with this Ichidake Island. I wanted to show that the system can do many more things than just combat. We had a bit of fun combat. But it's about seeing that emerging narrative, about using the stats and the rules and the rules and the roles that we have to see what characters will do. So, everyone who has watched this series, thank you very much. Everyone who participated, built a character for this, thank you very much. I know it's gone on longer than I expected it to, but I'm pretty happy with how this little story turned out. I am glad. And, yeah. I'm not sure I'll be doing a stream next week. I am intending to do a game, though. But I might not stream it. We're going to need to see what's coming out next week. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. Thank you, Oni Pepiga, there in the chat, representing. And hopefully next week there will be a game where people can actually, you know, participate live. That's why I'm thinking of basically... Yeah. Maybe not streaming it so that more people can get involved. Because I know not everyone enjoys doing a stream, and I think it's a bit more relaxing when we can just do things off stream. It's nerve-wracking enough when you have to play a game with people you don't know. So I'm going to end it here. I've been streaming for like 5 hours now. I don't know. It's been a while. And my lost earbud is now saying battery low. So I think that's a good time to call it. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of your evening.